We're live. Okay, good morning, everyone. So today we're going to start with some members of the Lucien Blackwell Library Year of Baldwin reading group. As everyone knows, we have Year of Baldwin reading groups across the city, at Zion Baptist Church, at the Park and Central Library, Wooden Shoe Books, Lotus at University of Pennsylvania, and then we have our newest reading group is at the Lucien Blackwell Library in West Philly, and they've been meeting for a couple of weeks now. And so they're going to update on the most recent conversation they had around James Baldwin's essay, Freaks in the American Ideal of Manhood, which is one of his later essays. And they're going to talk about the conversation they had with the very diverse group of people who attend that reading group. And then followed by that, Doc is going to start a conversation or begin our discussion about the political system crisis of disintegration and the path, where do we go from here, the path forward. So I'll first hand it over to Jeremiah, Kathleen, and Bartho to talk about Lucien Blackwell Library.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I realized actually when you had asked that we present on the recent conversations we've been having at the Lucien Blackwell Regional Library out on 52nd Street, and our new Baldwin reading group there, that I think it's the first time we're sharing in free school anything about it. Actually, we've been talking about it amongst ourselves, trying to make sense of it, but it's really astounding how fast time passes, because just a month ago we were just announcing it, and now we're almost 3 weeks into a month into reading together every Tuesday at 4:30 for anyone who's listening and would like to join. But yeah, I'm happy to give some background on just how this reading group came together, which as you all know, the Year of Baldwin, we started in February and March this year, and with all the different reading groups starting, we've actually, many of them had started then, but even in the fall, we haven't stopped, I think, finding new opportunities to bring Baldwin to places that we believe deserve to be reading Baldwin. And this, for us, we actually had been reading at the Making Worlds bookstore at 45th Street for quite a few months, but due to some logistical challenges, they were not able to keep the Sunday time that we had originally agreed to. And so we thought we didn't want to give up a spot in West Philadelphia where the people of Philadelphia could come and read Baldwin and discuss and come together and talk through the ideas and questions of our time with Baldwin as our shared meeting ground. And so we thought about very carefully, actually, where in West Philadelphia we would actually want this new reading group to take place. And this was around September and October. And so actually we were really, really drawn, I think all of us, when we thought about it, to the Lucien Blackwell Library, just on 52nd Street. It's a really important corridor for businesses, cultural organizations. I think you could say even quite the heart of Black West Philadelphia. And so we really wanted, we can talk about the context of this, but I think that we were just really interested in making sure that a public library in West Philadelphia would be the home of a Baldwin reading group, and especially one that's named after the great city council member and longshoreman Lucien Blackwell. And especially when we in school think about Lucien and his wife Janie Blackwell, they have been really, really, really important for us as young people, but even inheriting the legacy of the Black struggle in this city, actually as figures that to really look towards and whose lives you really honor and want to study. And for that reason, we approached a adult and teen librarian at Lucien Blackwell one day. Shumbarta and we had walked in, and we just started talking about could we have the Baldwin reading group here? We really believe that this is a home. It could be a great home for this. And that librarian turned out to be our greatest partner in making this happen, Barbara Brown. So I really wanted to shout her out. And she needed some time to think about it, but pretty quickly after some conversations in the library, they were able to find us a time, Tuesday afternoons, so that folks could come after work and read without, having to, so that the library actually on that day closes like later. So there's just ample time for discussion and there would be a good time for people to come. But also that we wanted it to actually be out in the floor of the library rather than in like sort of a separate meeting room. It is actually among all the shelves and stacks where other people are browsing or reading at tables and very close to even these computers and other services. So actually our conversation in some ways, I have to remind myself that it does feel like a very intimate conversation, but in some ways it does engage the whole library. But all that said, we started on November 19th, Tuesday, November 19th, which we decided to start after Election Day. But actually the day before, Monday, November 18th, we wanted to actually screen the documentary that we had put together for Baldwin's birthday back in August to kick off the reading group, to also actually, I think, assert like what exactly is our vision and the legacy that we believe that very few other efforts to capture Baldwin have actually been able to do, and why is it that free school uniquely through, say, like a revolutionary chronology or through our understanding the centrality of love and the importance of the civil rights movement, can we truly be able to understand Baldwin through the terms that I think closest resemble how he would talk about his life. And that was a really robust documentary screening, and we were able to have a discussion afterwards. And I think about 25 people had come, which was really great because we didn't imagine that there was that much time to promote it. We were worried that with the election, there was a lot of noise and people might be kind of tired of hearing about, just hearing from like institutions or just be out and looking for things to do. But actually so many people, that was the first time that people really want to read Baldwin. People are drawn to things that are, like worthy and rich in terms of ideas, and that the library could also be a place for that. And so when we started reading the next day, we had a few people come from that discussion, and also some new people, and we decided to start with the creative process, which I think was a short but very powerful essay that we wanted to engage people in terms of if one were to understand Baldwin, maybe initially, if you didn't know that much about Baldwin as like a writer, an artist, like maybe you'd read this in a way, this essay, the creative process is just that, but actually Baldwin is asking so much more from you when he talks about the creative process is actually a revolutionary and political and human process. And so and especially in the American context, the American artist or the American Revolution, American, citizen. But in that conversation already, we could kind of start to see the main demographics of people who have been coming to this reading group, have been attracted to the reading group. We've been so some older and working Black folk, especially older women, have come to our reading group. And then the other large group of people have been a lot of young people, young Black people, many of them who identify as queer. And this makes a lot of sense in the sense that that is how a lot of people understand Baldwin. But it's very interesting just seeing the two different kind of poles that have been emerging in terms of the people who've been coming. And that in some ways influenced our decision in the second session, the week after, to begin reading an essay that I think for many of us in free school we're not as familiar with, but we want to understand. It's an essay from like the later half of Baldwin's life, as Emily mentioned, Freaks in the American Ideal of Manhood, also published as Here Be Dragons, so you might just hear those two different titles. Like this essay referred to by. So it's actually a pretty complex essay, and we and I think it is something that it's a very different decision, I think, than we would have made, I think, if we had started the reading group back in March, I'll say, which is, I think my tendency was, I wanted the group to kind of start a little slow, or sort of start in the foundation of Baldwin and the height of the civil rights movement in the 60s, and his very powerful essays that I think we've come to really know and read and, be familiar with. Even The Fire Next Time, or even No Name in the Street from this period. But I think we believe that it was important to also push ourselves to understand the very complex but very important things that Baldwin tackled, especially even at the end of his life, near or around the time of even the counter-revolution, and also taking up the questions that, of course, like the title suggests, are the unresolved questions of this country around, even how undefined it means to be a man in this country. And in many ways, he starts from the very beginning by saying that he doesn't say it in these terms exactly, but that the American ideal of masculinity is one that is very white, but also intertwined with violence and divorced from love. And also it prevents us from really truly recognizing our human essence, which means that actually therefore, if we are to really understand ourselves free of that constraint, you'd see that there is a little bit of a man in every woman, and there's a little bit of a woman in every man, which he calls that state androgyny, which is a really interesting prospect. And then he goes, so there is something very complex here, something elusive but very incomplete for the American people to understand about ourselves. And I think these are really essential questions too in this time. And he'll also, in the essay, Baldwin will talk about like his growing up in Harlem, but also in the Black world, leaving it to go downtown when he works, and then later on his time in the village, which he doesn't really talk much about in many other places. And I think many people have been fascinated by Baldwin's relationship to the village, which is said to be the home of the start of the LGBT movement. But what he really says is, I think, a lot more complex, or not as simple to group Baldwin and LGBT movement like that. In fact, I think he says it's really important to examine how, in many ways, being a Black man growing up, or being a Black man in the village was very tense, but also he could really understand the white psyche, and also understand a bit about and see a bit of himself even in what pushes people to be so lonely, but also seek out whether it's companionship, or even find sexual intimacy or lack thereof with with someone like Baldwin. What that really reveals about the lovelessness. And so these are all really, these are all things that I think we're also getting used to talking about. But at the same time, this also does bring up the questions for a lot of young people who identify with the queer movement, how this might speak to a quote unquote queer experience that Baldwin is having. And so in some ways it was interesting to hear that many of the young people saw themselves in what Baldwin was saying. It started to become clear that in our discussion, that speaking from a queer framework and queer, using queer, the language of the queer movement, which emerges out of postmodernism and maybe is very distinct from the place that Baldwin is operating from. That was something that had to be worked through and teased out and actually clarified in terms of what were actually the different assumptions or ways in which we felt like we could understand Baldwin, or the ways in which we couldn't, because by that first reading in that when we started that essay, I think there was a really clarifying moment that you posed a question, Doc, to one of the young people who really wanted to assert the importance of using, I think, more precise language, but I think I was reading that more saying like language that was closer to like these queer frameworks that have come out more and more in these recent times. That actually is it that when we apply like a queer framework to Baldwin, are we actually still using Baldwin's language? Are we still actually understanding Baldwin in his terms? Or is queerness and queer theory something really different? And it was actually very truthful when that young person was like, actually, I think they're very different. I think we're proceeding from something different here. And so that was an example of something that came up as something we had to work through as this, and I'm interested in also hearing, everyone else's reflections on how these conversations also can be understood. But essentially, it's conversations like this, conversations about also the role that identities and categories and labels play that became also really apparent, and even in our second, our second time diving into and continuing the reading of this essay, which took place this week, started to come up, and like we started talking about like the purpose of identity, but also what limitations they might serve. And I think this recent session, I will say, we had a larger group of people, and that included, I think, a few new members of the reading group that also were a little older, but also were very interested in saying and actually providing their perspective on these questions, and actually having a really interesting discourse with some of the young queer members of the reading group about what it means to like what is like just what is the role of these identities, like do they serve us, do they not serve us, what is actually our relationship also to language or our purpose, or even like say defining not only our role or our identities through categories and labels or new language, but also even through, say, something like a collective struggle and being able to define who our common enemy is, or and like if that is a way in which we can better understand ourselves. And so, yeah, we've been, I think, thinking a lot, especially amongst ourselves, like what this says about the purpose of our reading groups of the Year of Baldwin, how they've like evolved or sharpened, and especially in these times, the kind of increasingly important role of the ideological struggle, but also even this process by which, this very human process by which you are able to reach and engage and work through these things in a collective manner that also, takes into the fact that the American people are going through a crisis, but also there are so many different ideas and assumptions and baggage that are placed upon a lot of this language, but also even the way that we talk and relate to each other. And how is it that we can actually use these experiences and use these conversations to also challenge ourselves, but also discover, I think, together what, like, I guess this is pure language, the truth, but like if truth is to be something that is discovered through a social or collective process, then that means it will be maybe complicated or messy, but also like what does that like look like on the human scale. And also, it's been interesting to also, I think, reflect on my own understanding and experience of like, I too had many encounters with like postmodern theory and with queerness, and it can be a little like frustrating sometimes. I feel like the conversation gets kind of stuck in some of these places, but actually when I step back and think about things, I actually really empathize, or like it's asked me to really, I think, reflect on what all of this meant to me when I was at a different stage of my life. And I think that has been a way in which it's been really important to, like how important it is to speak from, myself and my own kind of understanding or experience or journey, working through a lot of this. And I think it's been a really, it's been a process that I've been really grateful for. I don't know other words for that, but I can share more of my reflections, like as the more as our different like co-facilitators speak. But I think I'll stop there. I know that you have definitely a lot of thoughts too on this.
No, that was great.
Yes.
It's really, it's great to hear because this is, I think what you were ending on, that this essay really challenges your assumptions about who you are and what your role is. I think has been the central thing that we have come to after a few weeks of reading this essay together with people. And I wanted to begin by saying that. From the start, from the start of this reading group, I think we got to really the edge of what are the ideological forces that are, that have on the one hand that have shaped Baldwin's legacy to a large extent for, our generation, and also what are the ideological forces, at play today about, the world at large and America and poverty and war. And I think, this idea of the where we have been where we have really faced the confrontation between Baldwin and the queer theory and its understanding of Baldwin, as Kathy was saying. I wanted to mention that this essay, he writes it in 1985. And just briefly I'll mention this, that he writes this essay a year after his interview with Richard Goldstein, which was in 1984. And I want to mention this interview because I think this interview may have been one of the first attempts to shape, Baldwin's view of the world, or Baldwin's legacy in terms of the queer movement, which was burgeoning from that time onwards. The modern LGBT movement, as Kathy was talking about, which has shaped our generation very strongly. And I think this interview really reveals, it reveals where the assumptions of the queer movement through Goldstein, he starts the interview by saying that throughout all interviews of Baldwin that ever exists, there is no whisper about his sexuality. And so he takes it upon himself to challenge that. He takes it upon himself to change the discourse of how is Baldwin understood by people. And the interview reveals that the terms on which Baldwin is arguing is very different from Goldstein's terms. So, Baldwin's terms, what Baldwin is talking about is love. He's talking about the inability to love. We've talked about this many times that, when challenged about, when the interviewer asks him about Giovanni's Room, which is a story about a gay man, Baldwin says that it's actually not. It's about a story of, it's a story about what happens to you if you are unable to love. And I think it's not trivial the way he's talking about love, because I think what Baldwin is saying is that to love somebody means to be able to see yourself in them and to make the attempt to see them in yourself. And this is, something that's clarified in that conversation. And the other thing Baldwin is, the other term that Baldwin is arguing on is that the shared human experience and human dignity, which connects all human beings together. And at every point in that interview, Goldstein tries to impose, his terms to, reject or, to shape, shape Baldwin's ideas in terms that are convenient or comfortable for him. And I think in the back and forth, I think a lot of terrible assumptions of Goldstein are revealed. Firstly, I think he sees that. I think it's very clear from the conversation that Goldstein tries to abdicate his responsibility to the world, and he tries to see himself as someone who is, firstly, he wants to see himself as though he's not white, as though he's distinct from white people. But what he's really saying is that what the white world has done to the world and to Black people, he wants no part in responsibility. He wants to take no responsibility for that. He wants to see himself as though, his experience of, being a gay man is the same as Baldwin's experience of being a Black gay. And Baldwin rejects that. And the other thing, I think it's terrible that is revealed is that at the end of the day, Goldstein, he still wants to be forgiven by black people. He gives the example of Jesse Jackson talking to a gay audience, and he says that I wanted Jackson to say that it's not a sin that I'm gay. And Baldwin is very taken aback by that. He's like, okay, wait, why do you think it's a sin? I didn't think it was that way at all. But it reveals the fact that his assumptions are ultimately wide. He wants to, take no responsibility for the world. He is part of, building and shaping, and he wants, at the end of the day, to be, forgiven by black people for, like whatever he thinks his sins are. And, through this comes out the fact that he's constantly willing to distance himself from the world. He wants to talk about what it means to move in the gay world, what were Baldwin's lovers like, and so on and so forth. And at every point, Baldwin, comes back to say that, no, I moved in the world. Everyone I love, straight or gay, they moved in the world. And I say this because I think this is, in part what Baldwin is responding to in the essay Freaks and the American Ideal of Manhood, because he's really laying out the terms. Baldwin uses the terms that there is a spiritual famine in America, which is a result of a society which has been terrorized by, which considers it, which is extremely afraid to love in the way that Baldwin is talking about, to be able to see yourself in the rest of the world. And I think this is where Baldwin ties, what Kathy was saying, to tie the question of masculinity and sexuality in America, in the white world. And he's saying that, I think, Baldwin is saying that what has created the spiritual famine in America has been this idea that we are fundamentally unknowable to each other. We cannot know other human beings, and no human beings can know us. And he sees what he says the current craze of the queer movement at that time is another attempt to really solidify this divorce from oneself and the rest of the world. And therefore the queer movement at a time, on the one hand, I think it's an attempt to abdicate your responsibility to change the world by seeing yourself as a victim of whiteness, when what it's really doing is to couch whiteness in a form that allows it to assuage its guilt, and therefore not take any responsibility for changing the world. And in our discussions, I think this is the thing that has been we've been working towards in our conversations. This has been made very clear, because we saw that the way to know Baldwin or the way to know anything, the way to know the truth and who you are or where you come from, I think that this is where queer theory really takes on, completely from what we've talked about many times before about postmodern ideas, which ultimately say that human beings cannot reach a shared truth, and the only consequence of that is that there can be no action. So unless you're willing to reach a shared truth, you can never act in a principled way. And this is what this is where I think the queer movement ultimately finds itself. That's why it has it wants to use Baldwin as a figure for itself. It was used Baldwin to say that to know Baldwin, I'm the one who can know Baldwin best because I'm this, and therefore my understanding of Baldwin is superior to yours, who is not queer. And I think this is a great disservice to what Baldwin himself was trying to do. He is at every point, what Baldwin is saying is that the world belongs to me and the world belongs to everyone, and we can act together, we can get to the truth together because we need each other. And I think this is the consequence of like that's why I was mentioning the Goldstein interview, because I think it sets the precedence for what has happened to Baldwin after his death. And yeah, I think this is this really is, throughout the year we have been talking about this. I think, like Purba and Emily's essay was basically about, a part of it was about this, that, we have to understand Baldwin on Baldwin's terms. And there has been this concerted movement over the last decades to distort his legacy. And it has been done largely through, the queer movement and the queer theory and, queer theory that comes along with it. And yeah, I'll stop there, but, we can talk more. But I think what was very encouraging in the reading group itself was the fact that, this is not a settled question where the world has made up its mind. I think people are searching, people are struggling to see how they can know Baldwin, on what terms can they relate to Baldwin, and what, like Kathy was saying, what's the use of this? Why do you want to know Baldwin? And there has been a lot of, back and forth, especially between, like older and younger people, because like on the one hand, the language is different, that, Baldwin's language is different from the, the modern language, which we in our generation is very accustomed to. But on the other hand, the idea of what does it mean to live through a revolutionary time, that has also changed drastically. And I think this makes it clear that, if you haven't lived through a revolutionary time, you don't see the value of reaching a shared understanding with other human beings, because you need each other. And I think our generation has largely sort of, been, I think, confined to formulas about how to think about these questions, which means that, like we aren't encouraged. We have been actively discouraged from, thinking independently. And this is what we're coming against. But I'll stop. Jeremiah.
I'll just, I guess, round out. But just to add to what Shambhata and Kathy were saying, I think, obviously, especially for younger people, it's like, if you know about James Baldwin today, you basically know him as like a queer Black author. That's kind of the standard. Like, I know we talked about this, but that's kind of like the standard way that he's presented to, especially the younger generation. And so I think, basically starting with this essay of Fruits in the American Ideal of Manhood, in the same way, I felt kind of similar to Kathy, where I had a little bit of trepidation around it, because I was like, oh, like this is like a really controversial essay, and I don't fully even understand it. And like, yeah, there's a lot. It's like they said, it's very complex. And I think part of it is, basically starting with this essay with a new reading group, which includes people who know the free school. Like Reverend Ike comes to the group, and other people who come to free school events. But we're obviously like getting into essentially the thick of the ideological battle over Baldwin, which we proceed from thinking that battle over Baldwin is in essence a battle actually over the future, and over, what is the nature of specifically the American social reality, but even just the world today. And there's a quote towards the end of the essay that also Shambhata referred to, where Baldwin says, he's like, I'm not convinced that the so-called sexual revolution is either about sex or revolution at all. And he's like, and so then he says it's actually just a reaction to the spiritual famine in American life, that Shambhata mentioned. But I don't know, there's just like that thing that Baldwin does when he's writing, where he's like, actually, like this thing that you think, it's not really about that at all. And so the question is like, okay, like this so-called sexual revolution, which we're still dealing with the ramifications of today with the modern day queer movement, it's like, okay, what does it really conceal then? Like what is really at stake in these kind of superficial questions about gender and about language, like all that stuff. And I think this is where, again, like I agree, where we're kind of, part of what I feel like is happening with this reading group and its discussion of this essay is bringing out essentially different worldviews, or like Shambhata said, different ways of viewing the world, different epistemologies and different philosophies, basically. And I guess I also wanted to say that, like part of, I guess, why we're reading this, or how I'm thinking about why we're reading this is, again, yeah, it's not really just about quote unquote the gender question, the sexual question like that per se, but really what Baldwin is getting at is, as they said, the American ideal of masculinity and essentially this spiritual crisis in American life and in the Western world. And I don't know, I was thinking about it in part because, you know, we've had these discussions about whether is it possible for, let's say, the white supremacist social system in America to be replicated in some form in other societies abroad? And I know that people have been, I think, following, you know, the events in South Korea recently with the current president kind of trying to install martial law, but getting thwarted, and there's a lot of open questions about what will happen next. But I guess I bring that up in part because I remember very distinctly a few months, like earlier this year, I think it was, President Yoon of South Korea came to the US, and I don't know if people have seen this video, but basically he's at this like banquet thing with Biden, and Yoon is like, or maybe it's Biden who asks him this thing.
Biden was like, "This is your favorite song. Will you sing it for us?"
Yeah, so Yoon sings this song American Pie, which people know that. Which actually is funny because, like, I think that song is about American decline, ironically, but I don't think Yoon really catches on to that. Yeah, like, I don't know. But I guess I bring it up because, like, there's a very particular, like, there's a very particular way that I think Korean Americans and South Koreans who, especially the elite, who have access to essentially the U.S. and, you know, to Washington and all that stuff, like all these think tank people, all these nonprofit people, there's a particular way that essentially it's like the most gratuitous and, to me, very shameful kind of emasculation that takes place, where it's like, yeah, you have essentially who is supposed to be the leader of a country basically performing for white people. And I don't think that should be paper, like that is literally what's happening. And it's like the most awful and, yeah, basically shameless kind of like, like you're performing for the white man, and it's like, but at the same time, it's like, even like this whole thing of like, why would Yoon want to do this martial law? Like, obviously it's not just about quote unquote gender, but there is this kind of sense of like masculinity which is involved, which has everything to do with essentially South Korea's relationship with the United States and this position of being like a toady or a flunky to the United States. And I guess I bring that up in the sense that it's like, yeah, like we're talking about gender. At the end, it's really about much more than that. And I think Baldwin senses that it's about much more than that. And so, yeah, I guess I just wanted to bring that up of like, okay, like why talk about gender theory when the world is on the brink of World War III, when there's all this shit happening around the world. And, you know, it's not to like really make it even about the gender question itself, but actually to get at deeper questions, philosophical questions about, yeah, like a civilization in crisis and what that means, not just for people who live here in the US, but also around the world. And yeah, so I guess I wanted to bring that up. And, you know, definitely this question of like Kathy said, like part of what's been really interesting with talking about this essay with people is, yeah, like essentially getting a question for like, yeah, like what is truth? Like, can there be a shared reality? Or are we all basically kind of doomed to be locked into our little different boxes of subjectivity, and no one can really speak to each other, and we're all just basically talking past each other all the time? And like these are questions which have, you know, obviously a very specific, personal, direct manifestation in the context of the group, but they speak to larger questions which, you know, like I said, I think are kind of can be questions of America's future overall. And I guess I also, like, something that also struck me was, you know, the choice to basically start with this essay, which is, I think, very complex and like an essay, again, I don't fully understand even, is this is in some ways our way of making a case or having a sense of what is the capacity of people for mature political democratic discourse.
That's right.
Are people actually capable of rising to the level of one, even trying to understand what the hell Baldwin's talking about, but even trying to understand each other and to talk with each other in a way which goes beyond just like, oh, this is my opinion, that's your opinion, and like that's kind of the extent of what like democratic discourse means, but actually getting to the essence of what really is needed in this country, which is actual democratic discussion in the sense of like people taking on questions which are not just kind of surface level, but really deeply about, yeah, again, like what is the future of this country? What is really going on in American society? Can we even know what's going on in American society? Can we know what's going on in the world? All of that stuff. And that to me is what I kind of interpret as like, this is what it really means for us to take the battle of ideas, the battle for democracy, even to the people in a very real and tangible sense. And yeah, I think part of it is like, it's very obvious that people, especially in America today, where it's like basically, I feel like American citizens are constantly being gaslit 24/7. And, you know, people are being told all these narratives. And I think people generally recognize that those narratives are a lie, but it's like, okay, like if we recognize that we're living in a society where the media and the ruling elite are lying to us all the time, it's like, okay, like then what's going to happen? Can people actually come together and try to find like some way of reconciling and finding some way towards the truth? And I think that part of what we're doing is, yeah, obviously there's this desperate need for community as well in America, you know, especially in a city like Philadelphia. And but it like almost goes beyond community in the sense of like almost on a psychological level. I feel like, I don't know if I'm going on a tangent here. Like, I think as a consequence of basically Americans, like of all different backgrounds, basically feeling like gaslit all the time, you start to feel like you're going crazy. And I think this is actually a very common experience, which is also why there's such high mental illness in this country. And it's like, can there be a place that is an outlet for people to actually talk with each other? And I feel like I'm saying this in different ways. But I guess that, I kind of see our reading groups in that lens of, there is this desperate need, which is largely unrecognized and unfulfilled in the kind of psyche and the social being and the soul of people, which needs to be met. And this is in some ways our attempt or our attempt to make a contribution towards meeting that deeper need, which is unmet in society, which Baldwin can help to bring out in a more open and public way. And I agree with Kathy that it's very noteworthy that our reading discussions in the library take place not in like a closed off room, but like literally in the center of the library, which also, this is like my first time going to Lucien Blackwell Library. And it has like this giant mural by Walter Edmonds. Yeah.
There's also Richard Watson paintings if you go upstairs.
Yeah. And so it's a really beautiful library. And you know, this is in some ways like it's almost like a very interesting experiment in like, yeah, like public institutions. Can public institutions like a library be made actually institutions of the people? And I think in many ways we're creating, like, I don't want to get too like, I guess like mystical, like, I don't know, hypothetical about it, but like I do think that we're kind of trying to turn the library itself into something which is maybe not, especially today, the kind of typical function and purpose of what these libraries represent, especially in terms of how they've been captured by essentially like even the local elite of the city. And I think that there's, across all these different reading groups as well, there's a very interesting and kind of subtle but dynamic like social, political, ideological, philosophical, and moral process happening and unfolding in each of these groups, which I think is very exciting, but also it's this is part of like what we're trying to even work out, like what is really going on. Yeah, I guess the last thing I want to say is, you know, this question about language and categories, which has come up in the group, has been very interesting, in part because I feel like part of what we're kind of coming up against, and not in like like sometimes it can be kind of confrontational, sometimes it's more just kind of open-ended of like actually talking through things. But yeah, like what is the purpose of language? What is the purpose of categories? What is the purpose of even an identity per se? And I think Baldwin's, at least my interpretation of Baldwin is that, you know, on the one hand, he's trying to get underneath kind of the language which makes up the social fabric of American life. But also he's really interested in, again, trying to reach what he calls reality. and trying to also bridge essentially what basically the language that Americans use and the actual reality of their both private and public lives. And basically, I don't know, I feel like he's like interested in that, like this thing of like reconciliation almost, while also trying to undermine even like the kind of white supremacist language which exists in American society. And I think going off of that, especially on these questions of like postmodernism and subjectivity and all these things, maybe kind of sound kind of like lofty as like an ideal, but actually like what do these mean in practice in terms of like, you know, when we talk about postmodernism, I feel like we're not just talking about like some idea that's like sitting up here, but like actually like a set of ideas and ideology which has become basically the way that people, like especially younger people today, fashion their lives around a set of ideas. And what does it mean for those ideas to actually manifest in human beings? And I think the kind of the diverging maybe interpretations that we've, or at least I feel like we've encountered in the group is like, is the point of, let's say, a category to simply narrow down to the specifics of like each, to get as narrow as you can towards each individual's experience and to be like, okay, like maybe back then we used the word gay, but now like we would call Baldwin a non-binary writer, something like that. I know someone said like, oh, I see Baldwin as a non-binary, and then people were like, oh, like, should we call him gay? Is he actually pansexual? Is he bisexual? You know, like kind of that meme. And I think that that's one way of interpreting not just Baldwin, but also interpreting the world. And on the other hand, I do think that what Baldwin presents us with is like, yes, we have to get to the specificity of experience, but ultimately I feel like when he's writing, Baldwin is always basically trying to connect you back to the world and to the larger, like basically the larger reality that we all live in, and to also connect your experience to, like my experience to your experience, for example. And I think the kind of the ironic thing is that in many ways, Baldwin, you know, there's a way of viewing him where it's like, oh, Baldwin matters because he speaks to the specificities of the Black queer experience. Actually, to me, Baldwin matters because actually he's the person who describes white people the most accurately. And I felt like the funny thing is that like reading, especially like, yeah, sorry, this is the last thing I'll say, is that reading Baldwin for the first time in college, what was really wrenching and like jarring about it is that I was like, oh, like the way that Baldwin described white people, he's describing me. And that's a very strange psychological experience to go through. Where it's like, oh, like actually, yeah, like the way that Baldwin described black people, like that described me and like the world that I'm living in, especially going into like an elite university and all that stuff. And you know, Kathy and I, over the course of the discussion, talked about kind of our respective experiences. And basically where, I guess to make it short, like I felt as basically a young Asian American man in also kind of a white social environment. I think at a certain point I reached a point of like, oh, like I felt very strongly that I did not want to be like kind of the white macho man ideal, basically. And but what was presented to me was basically, okay, if you don't want to act like basically how you perceive all these like white men, how white men behave, your only real option is to basically become like non-binary or something, or like to basically try to become like, if not non-binary, to like there's this kind of contemporary like internet discourse about like soft Asian boys, the soft Asian man, which actually it's like I actually in many ways I tried to kind of like embody that, where I tried to like make myself less threatening, and I tried to make myself like queer, or I tried to like, you know, I was like interested in like painting my nails at one point for a very short period of time. And, you know, but there's also a kind of social cachet that comes with that. You know, it's like, it's very, like you, ironically enough, by becoming like basically like quote unquote queering yourself. And this is also an experience like other people have gone through, or I think other people have gone through, but it's like by quote unquote queering yourself, like that's your way of gaining social acceptance in certain circles, especially in like kind of today's environment. But I think these are things that are like, no one really says it out loud, but that's basically what's happening. And I think the funny thing is that, you know, Baldwin is presented as like this queer writer, but the ironic thing is that actually reading Baldwin was like probably one of the first times that I was presented with like essentially a different ideal of manhood and of masculinity. And it was essentially, I feel like through Baldwin that I've been trying to reconcile myself with what it means to be a man, and to not try to basically, because Like, I feel like as long as you're trying to like avoid being like a white man, you're still controlled essentially by white standards. And you're basically trying to, you're trapped in a kind of reaction to like what Baldwin described as like the ideal of white manhood, or the American ideal of manhood. And I feel like the real task, especially for human beings, is to try to achieve like your own personhood, but especially for men in this society, like I don't think that it is a bad thing to want to be a man, but the question is like, what kind of man are you trying to be? And I feel like I've been trying to, I feel like especially, I don't know, I would assume different men in free school. I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I think especially for younger men in this society, Baldwin matters a lot because he provides you some kind of way of accessing, like in a more real and a more fruitful way, like, yeah, what it means to be a man. And in a way that you don't have to like flee from it, but actually can have a more honest relationship with it. And I think that this is very desperately needed and I think in some ways transcends also different social groups, but is a deeper problem. But yeah, that's the last one.
Well, the only thing I would also add is that I feel like, Jeremiah, the way you had also so openly, I think, revealed or put on the table for that discussion, and actually exposing the, just like that a lot of these ideas and like, it's not just, I guess, as you said, like up here in some kind of abstract way, but like they do like very much control and also influence these very deep decisions you make about the kind of person you want to be and try to become, and the way you relate to the world, and where it all comes from, and all these needs and all these emotions and all these challenges that, you know, trying to navigate white society like places on you. You can't help but want to find some kind of refuge in something different, because like it made me reflect. I think you talking so openly made you actually reflect and feel ready to actually talk about how, like for me, I also, like I was thinking about it too, like how is it that I can actually understand the experience of a lot of these young, like most of them are Black, but like people who identify so strongly with being queer, and that it really wasn't all that long ago that I like found myself in a really similar situation. The only difference I would just say is that for me, I think this began actually when I was in high school. So high school is pretty young, but and I think that is actually increasingly part of the experience of a lot of young people. High school, middle school, I don't even know. So like, I think that's a time when, of course, you like, I don't know a single teenager that's like happy or pleased by their body or the way they look, and you already are like holding yourself up to like, you're looking yourself in the mirror, you're trying to figure out like, what is it about who I am, but also, do I like what I see, like based on what you also absorb from the world, like whether it's media, maybe now social media is an extra factor, but you start to ask, like, also you start to figure out, like, actually, I think the world's telling me that this is what it means to be a woman, and that includes the way you look, but it's also the way you relate to people. It's the way also, I just realized it's like also how you behave, but also how you love or you not love, but it's also how you relate to basically like masculinity, actually. And so I kept realizing that, I think the realization I had when I was in high school, I was like, well, if this is what the world like is saying it is to be a woman, then I don't really want to be that. And I think this is the root of where a lot of people start to say, like, well, if I don't want to be that, like what is the alternative? And so for that, queerness provides a really compelling like path, because you get to reject many things, you get to try to quote unquote open yourself up from what is already a really narrow constraint. And it is really, really suffocating. And it is why like it starts to feel freeing to, you know, use different pronouns or like express yourself differently. And like it, but at the same time, and also like you get an explanation of also like why you might feel that your body doesn't fit certain standards. Maybe it's gender dysmorphia. Maybe it's that your body isn't like what it's supposed to be, and like it's too masculine this way, it's too feminine this way. But at the end of the day, like the question, and this is also all I'm saying also it happens when people are young, and I mean, college sometimes makes sense to like ask these questions of yourself, but high school is also a time when these are very, very existential life or death questions that teenagers are asking themselves. But it's also questions that we're all asking ourselves. I highly doubt that all of us have not asked ourselves, like, if this is what it means to be a man in American society, then I don't want to be, if this is what it means to be a woman. And so some people also find refuge in being like, I want to be neither, because like neither of them seem very appealing. Because it is true, like I don't even think this standard like appeals very much to white people, like, or fit very well. I know many white people were very unhappy with that. And I mean, that's even, I could say like maybe Richard Goldstein's idea of like how he, in a very different iteration of like how these ideas were in the 80s. But the question is also, after all that's, you know, said and done, like there's still the choices that you have to confront, which is like, what kind of person, like, are you going to be? Like, what kind of values are you going to live by? And how are you going to even choose to find a way to love or struggle and also even define yourself through like that process? And I think it was really, well, I'll just say like it was like just like encountering Baldwin or encountering like free school or encountering like even the I know free school has done several events, but it's always also talking about like the role of revolutionary women. And especially now that we're talking so centrally about like the Black social system, like recently in the Bandung reading group, we're also reading like Angela Davis's Black Women in the Community of Slaves. And like there is something really freeing about also seeing all the different ways in which Black folk have had to, and also like define it or live as men and women in opposition to white standards and white supremacy. That is like, I say this not to say that like, you know, we're not in the business of saying like, now that there are so many people who've chosen like, yeah, or like, yeah, like identify so strongly with the queer movement. And, but it's more so not, you know, forcing everyone to, you know, change or reconform to standards, but so much as understand like where these ideas come from, what are the, you know, what are the questions that continue to face the vast majority of people who will, and in many ways, everyone is asking the same questions of like manhood, womanhood in this time of so much crisis, and also the fact that it has never really fully been completed in this country. And also ask ourselves like, children are going to keep also asking these questions too. And these are questions I asked when I was a teenager, that I'm certain every child is also looking at this world and asking like, oh, like who am I going to, like, what are my, who, like, what is my life to be? And I think, yeah, just as like, you know, you were saying that it is actually about creating a world in which like being a man or being a woman is not something so just so constricting, violent, like suffocating, that people can't even actually live with themselves within them. But actually instead, like the vast majority of people do want to find, I think, a definition or like an ideal that actually allows us to make choices and actually struggle for also what is important, and for our children to be able to, I think, grow and see themselves and as fully as they need to be. And I don't think that's also in contradiction with like, yeah, like making sense of the, yeah, like the complexities of like sexuality and gender that exists in, in humanity. Like, yeah, just because this essay was titled like the American Ideal of Masculinity, like it only took me like, you know, a long time of reading it, like actually this has a lot to do with like womanhood as well. So I was like, womanhood as well. I was like, oh yeah. Which is why like it is interesting seeing the different young people who come and like understood these questions. Yeah.
Two small things. You know, obviously there's a lot of work that goes into these reading groups, a lot of like planning and a lot of like discussions, and we're like all worried about them and anxious about them all the time. But it's and so there's a lot of work that goes into like trying to figure out, okay, like how do we best talk about things, like how do we approach the discussion? But it sounds like kind of basic, but I do have to like honestly, there's something about reading Baldwin together in a community of people, which I think more than any other person, maybe he has a way of eliciting something from people, which is not just like kind of the superficial opinions and beliefs, but I think Baldwin specifically as a writer and as someone who you read in a social context, he has a way of eliciting essentially what are people's actual convictions? Who are they really as people? Like what are their actual deeper assumptions about the world? And I think that's part of what is so, again, what I feel like is so desperately needed. Is not just it's like on what terms do really people meet and talk with each other? Is it basically on the terms of all of these kind of unspoken assumptions, which no one really talks about, but everyone kind of lives by, and no one really addresses? Or are we actually going to meet on the terms of what Baldwin's talking about? And I think that is it's something that I think it's not really easy to kind of almost verbally say all the time, but I just been reflecting on that. And then the other thing is just maybe as a point of comparison or example is, I guess about this whole thing about masculinity and manhood. I think I remember I spent a year living in New York with Eddie and Alice, and I remember really really distinctly I remember in taking the subway, all these white men who I saw who you can tell very quickly oh, this person is maybe they would describe themselves as queer, or they would basically, I feel like there's a lot of white men who, especially maybe 30s, 40s and younger, who are trying to be non-toxic white men basically, and they're trying to be they're trying to not, they're trying very hard to not embody kind of the macho man stereotypical ideal of manhood. But I just feel the kind of funny, and again the ironic thing is that it's a lot of what Baldwin talks about in terms of this ideal of American masculinity is he describes it as almost a kind of boyishness or infantilism, the infantilization of people. And it's part of even going back to basically let's say the time of the 1950s, 60s, 70s, when it's it's much more you have Gary Cooper, you have John Wayne, and you have kind of the prototypical American men who are going around and they're boyish, but they're also they're capable of violence and they can fight people and they can protect their woman and all that stuff. But that kind of ideal of manhood is kind of the boyish, infantile manhood. In some way that's without realizing it, I feel I don't know, something I've thought about for a long time, how all these white men basically, and also it's not just white men, obviously, but it's again, all these kind of men who feel they shouldn't be that kind of the John Wayne type of man, but they're still in some ways you're still reverting to a kind of infantile manhood by trying to be ironically the opposite of what you want to be. And I just remember I remember very distinctly because I would see all these it's also it would be men with children and people guys in their 40s, and there's a particular kind of juvenileness, I think, of, I don't know, maybe it's something about New York, but I think it's generally across society. But I've just been reflecting on that, I think, even in the concreteness what Baldwin was talking about and how it manifests. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to add to this a little bit because I think this is very useful when we talk about the last thing we were saying about growing up and this. It's almost the ideal. Yeah, it is. What he's saying is that the ideal of manhood in this country has been one of infantilism, and the fact that this is always exported throughout the rest of the world. And I mean, yeah, I didn't grow up in society. I didn't grow up with these ideals, which means that these ideals didn't fully shape my soul, but at the same time it does influence the rest of the world as to what you should aspire to and try failing perhaps. but you should try to aspire to. And I think reading Baldwin together and what he's especially saying about what comes out of Black America, he's talking about the capacity for experience. And this is what like even in the reading groups, what we're trying to also see is, what Jeremiah and Kathy were saying about what is the capacity for people right now to really excavate what was the experience of Black America. And I think I don't think there's any way of answering this question without talking about the Black struggle, which has shaped what Black America is, which has shaped what the ideals of manhood in Black America have been. What, like we talk about Baldwin being an example, Baldwin showing us the alternative of what it means to be a man. And I think, this comes out of the fact that Baldwin saw himself as the witness to the Black freedom movement. I mean, this is what he's doing is really, he gets to the question of, I think he takes the question of manhood and what the Black struggle has attempted to do. He takes this to the realm of the individual, and he draws all of these, he reveals all these deep connections about sexuality and masculinity and all of that. But I think this comes out of the fact that the civil rights movement and King, and this is what their contributions were. I mean, what allowed a king, for instance, to be able to talk about Kwame Nkrumah in 1957, right after Ghana won its independence, talk about Kwame Nkrumah in a Black congregation in Montgomery. He's talking to poor Black people. He's talking to the Black proletariat who are unbelievably, who are disappointed people. He's talking to them about what Kwame Nkrumah means to us and what allows these people to respond to that. What allows, like this came up also in the another reading group, but what allowed Muhammad Ali to talk about, yes, I will never go to fight Vietnam because no Vietnamese called me the N-word. Why, what allowed King to talk about how I don't have any right to demand, rights for myself under a system which is responsible for genocide and war. So, the question of Black freedom has never been separate from the question of, peace. And I think this comes out of the fact that Black struggle may have been the only struggle in the world so far, which sees the rest of the world, which sees itself in the rest of the world. And the world has had to learn from that. And what Baldwin is talking about, he's bringing this to the question of the individual. It's to really, I think he's also in some ways doing this experiment to see what the capacity of people are at this time. And he's concluding that, okay, human beings are, that's what he always comes to, human beings are, we can be better than we are. And I think what this means is that we are capable of recognizing that there is nothing that separates us from the other. I mean, this is going back to what we were talking about. But this is Baldwin's great contribution, which I think we really need. And the reading groups and the conversations that arise, I think this is also us, like a testing hypothesis. Can we see ourselves in these people that we're reading with? And can we see them in ourselves? What allows, what allows, what is what are the shared assumptions between me and, one of these, younger queer people, for instance? Because I think there are something very, there are some very basic assumptions about what our role is in the world and why we do what we do, what we are really striving for. Are we striving to, to be recognized? Are we striving to be respected? Are we striving to be valued? Are we striving to change the world? And I think this is where this is where we all meet. And it is very, it's very humbling to see that, Baldwin does bring this out of all of us. And this, I think this comes out of the crucible in which Baldwin and Black America has been formed. It's formed at, as he says, the auction block, where you have to recognize that there is nothing that this is the ultimate degradation of the human being, and to recover the human being, you have to recognize that there is nothing in the most degraded human being that's not to be found in you. And I'll end there. But it's very humbling to read him together because of this. Yeah.
May I offer
Can I
something?
just say something about the group itself? Because it's very unique of all of the reading groups I've been to in the Year of Baldwin. Frankly, I think, well, first of all, the younger people who identify as queer and a part of the queer movement, and the residents from West Philly who come to the reading group because the library publicizes it so well, and it's so interesting that there is, I think the queer young people assumed at the beginning that they were on a higher intellectual level than the working class Black people, and it turns out they're not. But they're on it's not to take away from the queer young people's intellectual level, but I remember when Jeremiah and Kathy were speaking, and so autobiographical about how they came to where they are now, and how it was not inevitable that they would be where they are now. That it was an ideological process and a moral process. But, I was so fascinated to see how much the ordinary Black people I think about maybe 17 people there, a really good group, and how they were very much in alignment with Kathy and Jeremiah and their autobiographies, because what they were saying, what the other Black people when they spoke were saying is that I'm not speaking from a point of prejudice against gay people, queer people, trans people. I'm speaking from the standpoint of the Black struggle and the uplift of the Black people. And that is I think that was the key difference. And what they said, Jeremiah and Kathy, they said until they found Baldwin and the Black movement, they could not be clear about who they were. Is that fair to say? And it was, especially I remember Kathy and Jeremiah, I just want to underline, where Kathy said it when she was younger, she didn't know if she even wanted to be a woman.
Really?
Which was a moral and sociological question. Is this what I want to be? And I think it was almost a recognition as a high school student or junior high school student, is if this is womanhood, then I could never be that.
Yeah.
Because I don't look white.
Yeah.
Even though I might try to, act white and achieve in the white world, I'll never be white. And I felt that was so moving for Black people to hear, for me to hear, because that is not unlike what we have gone through and continue to go through. And that's why, we can get into the Black social system. And the other thing, just one more small point, is that everyone there took this as a very serious, almost life and death discussion. I really felt that way. And it was a mature discussion. Sometimes, how people involved in cancel culture and identity politics try to shut people down. And, you're doing violence to me because you don't accept what all of that performance. None of that was present.
It wasn't adversarial at all.
Yeah, no, not adversarial. It was and I think actually I'm of the opinion, and I guess they would have to tell you what they saw. I felt that the young people, and they seem to be very similar. One young man is a transgender woman, and he wears a dress and so on. And we hung out afterwards and had pizza and talked, but nothing was adversarial. It was, I think, a search for meaning, and all of the great philosophical, or many, pardon me, but many of the philosophical questions were on the table, such as the philosophy of language, which Purva dealt with when she was there, or categories. How are categories used? And is truth only an individual matter? And, you know, all of the philosophy of the queer movement is almost the opposite of Baldwin. And so it was, I felt it was one of the most, for me, one of the most important discussions I've been a part of in this year of Baldwin. And I hope we can continue it. But it was so interesting because, you know, West Philly is a Black working class, but it's not as poor as North Philly at all. You know, it is, there are a lot of differences that I'm from North Philly, and I really don't know Black West Philly like I know North Philly. So it's a more stable working class and lower middle class. You can get a lot of teachers, you can get a lot of, you know, professionals, low level professionals, but a lot of working class people. The thing that was deeply impressive for me is that those working class people understood Baldwin, but they also understood that the question is not about the me, it's about the we. It is not about an identity as much of individual identity as much as it is about freedom and the struggle for freedom. I thought that was all over their comments, and even Barbara, the librarian, who is unbelievable. And I have to give some Barbara and Kathy all due respect for having, you know, worked out this great relationship with her. And she is an intellectual. And so it's a really interesting, and I, you know.
Do you want to go? Yes. Couple things. I want to thank everybody for the matrix of lenses that I'm blessed to be in the room with. And I would go from that to, I find Baldwin to be androgynous. And I'm blessed in many ways to have grown up in the 50s and 60s and been through a lot of the movement firsthand, as opposed to having been told about it. A lot of it is lived experience. Now, in thinking terms of civil rights and Baldwin, I would say that the civil rights movement includes people like Baldwin and Rustin, but in an androgynous manner, in that most people don't talk about Rustin. Rustin was one of the strategists of the civil rights movement. But because he was in the LGBT community, or the queer lifestyle back then, he was not accepted. So that during the Montgomery bus boycott, the Montgomery movement, Wyatt Rustin was in Montgomery and had to be secreted out of Montgomery in order for the movement not to be sidetracked by his being gay, because the media at the time was going to use Bayard Rustin's queerness to delegitimize the Montgomery movement, so that when the inner circle discovered that this was afoot, somebody tipped their hand that the media was going to make an event out of outing Bayard Rustin, who organized the March on Washington. Bayard Rustin was put in the trunk of a car and taken out of Montgomery.
Was it Montgomery or Birmingham?
Montgomery.
It was Montgomery.
Montgomery, because it's the home of Nat Cole.
Okay.
Because Nat Cole's sister and brother-in-law owned a taxi cab company that took Bayard Rustin out of Montgomery. So I personally look at this conversation about Baldwin from a standpoint of being androgynous, in that when I think of civil rights, I think of Baldwin and Rustin, but I also think of Hickenbotham, Adam Clayton Powell, and Leon Sullivan. So, and having spent time with them personally, I get a sense and a flavor of my life and all the blessings that have been bestowed upon me as a legacy for my children and grandchildren. And I do not want my children and grandchildren to suffer some of the things that I felt I suffered growing up, which has been shared. When you come of age and people approach you with different lifestyles, I personally find it I found it intimidating as a teenager when people in what some would call deviant lifestyles approach you or engage you and cause you to look in the mirror and question, what am I and where am I in this context? And why am I being approached like this? Or why did that person act like this? Fast forward till you become a parent, okay, and you have children, and you're blessed with boys and girls. My oldest is a girl, but you say, now, what am I going to do with a girl? And as a man, with the American construct, you realize that at some point you have to learn to comb and braid hair.
I will raise my hand to you, brother.
Okay, no, and you find yourself having to do it and not question. You're getting ready to go out. You got to get your daughter ready. So you learn to braid hair. You learn to do ponytail. But that doesn't make it doesn't make you feminine. It makes you a dad.
Yeah.
It makes you a dad. So, and we talk in terms of technology and communications. We have to look at the history here and how cinema has been used to shape thought and politics. There has been an effort to use the cinema, the industrialization of cinema, to shape behavior, and it has become a vehicle for shaping behavior, particularly today, in that you get hammered with information, and you get hammered with it so effectively that you start believing the hype or the mismessaging, and until you look at it intellectually, you don't realize that you're getting false information. Now, growing up in the civil rights movement, being a kid in the middle of civil rights planning, you hear the media saying one thing, and you hear Dr. Sullivan saying something completely different. So that when Nelson Mandela went to prison, he went to prison in, I believe, 68. 64, 68. Well, but this is at the height of the civil rights movement here. We're getting our freedom, and Nelson Mandela is going to jail. And the prevailing information was that Nelson Mandela would never see freedom. Dr. Sullivan said, I'm going to South Africa and Nelson Mandela is going to be set free. We're seeing Dr. Sullivan do some stuff. We said, now, Doc, I don't know. I don't know about this one. But fast forward, I lived to see the media saying one thing about South Africa and being friends with some people from Walter Cronkite's production crew, visit South Africa with Walter Cronkite and come out with the truth. I took my kids to see Nelson Mandela get the Medal of Freedom. So the media was saying one thing, we were living something completely different. So we talk in terms of Baldwin and being defined mainly by the LGBT lifestyle. I look at James Baldwin as being a minister, a healer. In a lot of ways, he leaves a legacy, an intellectual legacy for all of us to kind of embrace. And I think it goes beyond the ownership of the queerness or whatever people want to do. I think that's more of a selfish pursuit in that people in the lifestyle want to validate themselves with and attach themselves to than the reality. So, but I would again thank everybody for inviting me into this circle. And if you want to look at something interesting, look at, in terms of cinema again, look at or read Gone with the Wind. There's a lot of icons in Gone with the Wind that will give you a historic perspective on how cinema is used to shape ideas, even if you read the book. There's a lot of stuff embedded in there. And Shakespeare also tells you, Shakespeare tells you a whole lot about.
Yeah. Can I say something? Yeah. Well, I really appreciate this discussion, and I also appreciate what you said, Clayton, about as a father, you learn how to braid your daughter's hair, and that doesn't mean that you're feminine. It just says that, I'm responsible for my child and I'm fulfilling those responsibilities as a father, as a man. But I feel like today what's happened is that, you've become a little divorced from responsibility. Now, if you braid hair, that's just performative, and that you actually take pride in it, that you're a little feminine, that you can actually accept that, I'm not toxic masculine. I still have my femininity to balance something. But in this entire conversation, there's no sense of the responsibilities associated with being a man or being a woman. And Shambarto mentioned that Richard Goldstein interview, and I was reading it last night, and he, in the beginning, in the introduction, as Shambarto said, he says that, there's no, Baldwin never talks about his sexuality. And that is where, and he made it his life's mission to hound the man and ask for this interview and ask him all of these questions about his sexuality. But what I was thinking at that point was, why is your question, why do you not want to understand why he doesn't mention his sexuality versus why not? Why doesn't he mention his sexuality? That's the question, the why versus the why not. And this is reflected in the interview itself because, and this is the first time I noticed that he's asking the wrong questions. And throughout the interview, and I recommend reading it. It's really good. I read it and I was like, mercy. And because straight from the beginning, almost every question that Baldwin is asked by Richard Goldstein, he does not give him a direct answer. He sort of says that, oh, yes, but so that makes me think that even Baldwin realizes, friend, you're not asking the right questions. These are not the questions to be asked. And even when they are moving to a part of the conversation, part of the discussion where they're discussing the future of what could be, there is also that sense that I get that Baldwin is saying, you're not asking the right questions about the future either. You're not contemplating the future in terms of what is possible, but in terms of what you want, in your own narrow way to be possible. And I think I do agree with Umberto that his essay, Here Be Dragons, might actually be a fully fleshed out essay about this conversation that he had with Richard Goldstein. He published this essay in Playboy in 1985. And I think that was really deliberate because, I didn't know this, but in the 1960s, Playboy actually launched a philosophy section in their magazines where they talk about gay rights, women's rights, and more quote unquote progressive things from the 1960s onwards. And he published it in Playboy. And I think that was deliberate because that was kind of his target audience. Those people needed to hear him. Those people needed to hear what he was trying to say. And the kind of things that he was trying to say, and I know that Umberto, Kathy, and Jeremiah said a lot about all of that. But then there was this part in that essay which really resonated with me because of my own personal history. But he says that, what do you think a purpose of a label is? This comes up in the interview as well. And he says that the label will be able to define you for other people, but will never successfully define you for yourself. Right? And I have to agree with him. And because of what I have known about the queer community, and there's a queer community in India, which is a kind of extension of the queer community here. You do get this labeling of everything, an attempt to unify, but by further dividing. It's a scam, really.
Interesting.
And this question of, and they have to purposely inject this question of language, because when I was hearing about this conversation about in the Lucien Blackwell Library and about how this question of language became a very important thing, and how Baldwin, what was Baldwin, what am I, non-binary, intersex, all of these terms being thrown around, I had to ask, well, during Baldwin's time, these terms didn't exist, right? There were no terms, and now there are terms. Now the question is, where did they come from? And I really want to ask any of these young people that, where do you think that these terms came from? Did it come organically from the Black community, or somewhere else? And if it does come from somewhere else, which it does, ask yourself, why are you adopting them? Are they your words? Is that your language? Does it reflect your experiences or your parents' experiences? Because Blaze and I, Nathan, sorry, but Blaze and I, when we go to the Wooden Shoe and we have our reading group, we have a lot of queer people who come to our reading group, right? And they come, they read, and sometimes they raise the question of queerness, sometimes they don't raise it, but it does come up, and Blaise can correct me if I'm wrong. But sometimes I feel like the queer population who come to the wooden shoe, they come, they listen, and if they don't vibe with Baldwin and his ideas, they leave. They come once and they leave. But I think after hearing this conversation, because I kind of feel like they don't want to challenge Baldwin's authority. And that comes from a place of guilt, not anything else. They think that they are not in the place to say anything against Baldwin because they're white and they or whatever. But I wish they did. I wish they did and said something. Because that would also be, part of the struggle, like to get to know somebody and what they're thinking. And maybe we would read something else that would make sense to them, because I think that people come to these reading groups because they're looking for something, because they're searching for something. But this queer identity is such a strong part of their identity. It is their entire identity that, and I've been thinking about this for a while, that if you do not have a strong replacement for that, then it becomes extremely difficult for them to reject it. Because if you reject the only thing that is keeping you together, what is keeping you together anymore?
That's right.
So I think that these people really need Baldwin. They really need King.
No yin, no yang. Thank you.
Because I think that King is a man. King embodies a man through and through, strength to love, I think about that sometimes, how much strength it takes to love. And the last thing I'll say is, I think I appreciated Jeremiah's point about bringing up what is happening in the world and why this discussion is sort of relevant and important to that, because I do see it in conversations at the Wooden Shoe as well, where people bring up Trump and Biden and Kamala and all of these identities being thrown around, where Trump is the strong man. He's a misogynist, he's sexist, and he has his hand on the nuclear button. He can declare war at any point. But then you have Biden, who's old, fragile, decrepit, and supports the queer movement, but is silently just pressing the missile button over and over again, like on the down low. So, which kind of manhood do you really want? What do you relate to? Like, what are you getting by hating one and supporting the other without really understanding what either of them entail? And why do you not look at actual men in this country like Baldwin and King and Robeson, who were men in their own right, who understood that there was a responsibility associated to being a man? Yeah, that's all I said.
Can I say something that you reminded me of? This is not related to the reading group, but as Doc knows, it's related to other people's experiences and to trans people. But as Doc knows, before I met Doc, I was mentored in Marxism by majority trans women. And so yeah, look at Doc shaking his head. So I just wanted to speak honestly about what it was like to be in an explicitly Maoist organization with trans women, but to say that just because someone is trans does not mean that they agree with trans ideology or queer ideology. In fact, that these women were very critical of postmodernism because they were Maoists, they were Marxists. And so they came and they critiqued postmodernism from that perspective. But I think that, I don't want to speak for them, but I want to speak as someone who witnessed their ideological crumbling, that they're very smart. And as if you are a trans person, you would know that autism is very common amongst trans people. So they were very smart, but the organization collapsed because of toxicity that is endemic to queer ideology and the queer movement. And if you've been a young person who's been exposed to this, then you are shaking. It's like, what Kathy or Jeremiah said, like, yes, I had the hallmarks of the queer, young ideology. And it's interesting that you said about Bayard Rustin, that his gayness was used as a distraction, whereas in this time, the gayness is used as a distraction, but in an ironic way,
Right.
in that, oh, we need to solve problems of my identity before we can move forward as a political collective. And this is it's like other people have said, yeah, people have identity crises, especially as a young person when you're in college, but also if you're trying to be a young revolutionary navigating the world. And so I was telling Todd about this book. There's a book by Sarah Schulman, Conflict is Not Abuse. And I've never read it, but I recommend it quite frequently because I've read sections of it. But, it's a book that speaks to a lot of the experience that young people, especially out of the Bernie movement, especially if you go before that, out of the Ferguson movement, that's when I entered activism, or if you go even before that, after Occupy Wall Street, that people have weaponized their individual and personal lives against joining up with other people. And going back to my trans mentors, they were not postmodernists explicitly, but implicitly you had to give your fealty to postmodern identity politics. Even as Marxists today, when Marxists write, they say, "Oh, I'm not a black person, but I can critique class, whatever, blah blah blah." And so these trans women, they would say, I'm not this identity, I'm trans, this blah blah blah. But in that, that happened in preschool a couple of weeks ago. As a black man, as a black queer man, it's the ideology is so hegemonic. Yeah, and just finally to say about my trans mentors, it's a self-destructive ideology. And it's an ideology that doesn't believe in human beings. And I think Jeremiah pointed this out one preschool that in feminist studies, that book on transhumanism is mandatory reading. And transhumanism, at its essence, is anti-human ideology. And so, yeah, that was the ideological downfall of my mentors and why I don't see them, anymore. But it's a sad thing to witness. So, I think that's what I talk about with Doc is we've seen many young person fall.
I know, me and Samir, shared so much together those moments at Temple. But if you recall, good friends of yours and kind of friends of mine, young black men, at least I can, from the Palestine movement, at least four, and the Black Lives Matter movement, at least four of them have become trans women with operations. Isn't this fair to say? Cornelius, I forget everybody's name.
No names.
Okay, no names. Okay, but and it was quite extraordinary to see because I could say I had no idea that this was on their personal agenda, and then suddenly, four of them became trans women and are today living as women.
And if I could just add real quickly, it's ironic, right? I want to criticize my trans mentors because even though they were raised as young boys and they wanted to identify as women, in a way, because of their Maoism and ultra leftism, they were reverting to, as Jeremiah said, an infantile boyishness of a romantic adventure as being a revolutionary. And rather than engaging with reality, those my ultra leftist, young people who I was associated with, and like you said, Doc, it wasn't just a couple people; it was complete. Like these were all the young people leading the protests. After Ferguson, before the movements of today, they were the ones leading the Black Lives Matter protests. It was complete, 100%. If you were a young Black man in the movement, you identified as queer, and my comrades who were so committed, started going on hormones. And it's like, to Jeremiah's point, it was like a social, what do you call clout, social capital, that, to identify really as this lifestyle, you had to become trans.
That was the most revolutionary position some people, this was at least 10 years ago.
And as their close friend who sometimes slept in the same room as them, I never saw this coming from a personal perspective.
You never
It was their interactions with the ideological environment of the movement. Otherwise, I don't think they would have done that.
Well, what I'm trying to make sense of is how much longer we expect queer ideology to have the influence it does, and then how we see the intervention. Because, I find this discussion kind of sobering, actually, because I think I haven't been thinking about queerness that much. And I know that when I was coming up, I first came to preschool in 2019, I consider that the era of identity politics, the heyday of identity politics at the university, and especially the elite university, which I think a lot of us were in contact with at that time, maybe 2018 and 2021 or something. And at the time, I feel like on the queer question, there was very open hostility at an ideological environment like that in Penn, where if you don't acquiesce to, like you said, the hegemony of the queer identity, or the authority, the moral authority of the queer identity, then you're effectively a bigot. But actually hearing, especially the anecdotes that Kathy and Jeremiah told, it actually helped me understand what I think is still a challenge at, for example, the Lotus Reading Group, where it's almost in the last 5 years, certain assumptions about the moral authority of the queer identity have now been locked in, where you don't have this, to step back a little bit, when I was still in college in 2017 or 2016, I remember when pronouns first came on the scene, and there was still some back and forth in terms of I'm a she, her, and then someone would be like, what? Or they, them, a lot of us were hearing that for the very first time. And then 2019, there's more of this thing oh, why don't you know about they, them? Why would you even assume I'm a he, him? But then now in 2024, I think we're looking at even a different evolution of queer ideology that, I'm still trying to wrap my head around something in it, and how it's dug into basically the maturation of these young people and the development of these young people. Because like you said, Kathy, or I think what disturbs me is that people usually fall into this on their journey through the maturation process, right? Or on the existential surge for what it means to mature, to become a man or a woman in society. But the reason it helps me explain something about Lotus is that it's almost by default, the students take on an anti-struggle position. And I think something like the safety valve of queerness, where you can always choose the identity of victimhood at any moment, is it does something to you and breaks you as a human being. Because even in the essay, when we're talking about, when at that time Baldwin is describing the rejection of the ideal of Black manhood or the ideal of white manhood as one that is boyish, I think the queer identity takes it even farther, right? Where you're not even a boy, you're a thing, or you're something not just infantile but grotesque, not even in the definition or the arena of what it means to be a human being anymore. But the other thing that I wanted to like bring up again and is when you had said you feel like it's in this interview is like the canary in the coal mine in terms of what the form of the assassination of Baldwin is. Baldwin as a revolutionary, as a revolutionary Black man, as like a theorist, as an artist will begin to look like. And there's something I'm still trying to understand about that, because in some ways, what has confused me or shaken me about our reading groups is why it's so hard for people to grasp Baldwin when I feel like he's entirely queer. Like he says what he means, but even when you look at this interview with Goldstein, it's actually so shocking. Like to me, there's a shocking dimension where you can see that Baldwin is truly that philosophical, like, existential threat to the entire white psyche. But it's also not 1984 anymore, right? Like 40 years have elapsed. And I think that pathology has only compounded in many ways. And basically the question I want to bring up is, okay, I had kind of just forgotten about queerness, but then now I'm kind of shook again because I'm not queer anymore. Well, because in terms of the intervention, right? Like, I think that we need to become exemplars of this new womanhood and this new manhood. Because I know that I was struggling like with these questions of identity when I first encountered preschool. And at that time, what made the greatest difference in my life was encountering Megna and Nantata, who it's not like encountering Baldwin, but encountering modern carriers and like a living carrier of what it means to take these ideas seriously and take them concretely in your own life. And yeah, I haven't been to the Monday reading group very much, and I haven't been to Lucien Blackwell yet. But what I want to understand is basically what won't give, or like what is that avenue to intervention where something becomes undeniable about how the queer identity, or like the queer ideology it's anti-Black, but it's also nihilistic. It's also an anti-struggle position. And therefore, like, it's a myth, right? Like, it's an identity that gives you no sustenance. But that's why I also don't understand why.
Just one experience
Go ahead.
from the Lucien Blackwell Library in our last discussion. One woman who identifies as queer and not binary, she was making the argument that being queer and Baldwin being queer, when she reads Baldwin, she sees subtleties and nuances in his writing that only a queer person could see. But you'll remember her making that case. But I thought it was such a cheap shot, as it were, because it's like the last straw that you have. Baldwin belongs to me because I'm queer and he's queer. And more than that, I can understand him and see nuances in him that none of the rest of you all could see. Actually, it was not believable to most people, because even though she made the claim, she could not demonstrate it. That she knew Baldwin as well as most others of us did. But so that's one, and that's a complete ideological standpoint that identifies the person who presents that with the oppressor class.
Well, from the experience of Lotus, for example, we read Giovanni's work a year ago, and something that we were very deliberate in our framing of is that this is not a book about sexuality so much as it is a book about what whiteness has done to the American's capacity to love and to be loved. And there was basically no pushback, which was surprising, right? Compared to in 2020, if we had raised this question, there would be so much hostility. But looking back now, I also don't think it means that they had just rejected whiteness or overcome whiteness. I think the queer thing has allowed for whiteness to be couched in a basically more pernicious and also subtle way. Because I think that what I'm saying is that off the experience of Lotus, I think certain students have this attitude, but they won't say it directly.
Yeah, I think that's an assumption that, in fact, I think of the whole queer theory that queer, and it was demonstrated, I think, by an older white woman in the group who identifies as pansexual. And, but where she was far more defensive than any of the young Black queer people. Oh, yeah. And there's one other thing. But how, I think you're right, Kathy. I mean, Michelle. Sorry. You both wear glasses. Okay.
Joe. Okay, Joe.
Jones. But, where do you go when whiteness has been so discredited? In large measure because of the civil rights movement, in large measure because of Baldwin and other writers. Where do you go? Well, the place, I think one of the moves is to be queer. But then another one, I hope we can get to this later on, is to go to a white movement led by white men like Trump.
As a refuge.
You know, and I don't think there's much doubt about it. They want to reclaim a certain white manhood that is discredited, which might be the Achilles heel of the whole movement, by the way. But
Interesting.
Wait, can I?
go ahead.
Where do I even begin? I think, Clay, you're distracting me. I think this is a really, like, part of me wants to move on and not have this conversation. And I think the reason for it is that many of us here are younger people who kind of, as is evidenced by the anecdotes that people are giving, we're influenced by this culture in one way or another. And in looking back, you're like, oh God, like you cringe. And then you're like, I'd rather not think about it. Yes, Clayton, stop. And looking back, you're like, oh, you'd rather not look back. And because you're embarrassed of certain things, because you think at that time that you were being unique or you were being a certain way. But actually looking back, your uniqueness is actually like defines a whole generation. And then I think the other piece is that, and because of that, I think part of me wants to just not think about it and move on. But I think what's clear through these different reading groups is that young people today, similar to how we were defined or influenced by it, are also, it's also on the top of people's minds. Because we're always asking in preschool, like, where are young people? Like, where are young people who want to find a purpose, who want to, quote unquote, do good, or, and that's positioned as, or the queer movement and its ideologies are positioned as a way for people to be on the right side of history, or whatever that means, right? But then the thing with this movement is that the more you go into it, the more isolated actually you are. And many young people who are influenced by it, like Michelle was saying, become more bitter, become more isolated, become more narrow in their worldview. And it's different from something like the Black freedom struggle, where you are an oppressed people, but what you're proclaiming is love, like love in its deepest sense of love for humanity and love for those that actually may not on the surface seem the same as you, but are human beings too. And I say that because I think while I would rather not, I'm coming to understand through the different reading groups that's important if we're to engage with this generation of younger people, or our generation of younger people. And I think what's difficult what's difficult is having these conversations in a mature way because it's so personal for people. You know, things about your sexuality, your gender, all this stuff, like growing up in a society where you don't feel comfortable with your body or all these things. It's something that's very sensitive or it's very personal to people. And then, but I think part of it is understanding. I think Clayton actually said this. You said this out maybe like 2-3 weeks ago at Zion. You've described Baldwin at this point as a minister, but you've also described him as a clinician. And when you said that, I was like, wait, that's so precise because like a clinician as diagnosing what are the right questions. And essentially with the queer movement, you know, you feel dissatisfied, upset, lost in the society. And essentially the queer movement is telling you that it's because you were born the wrong gender or your body is not the way it is. But the thing is, all of our bodies are different. And I mean, that might be a generalization, but I think something that's deeper is like, what are the right questions is, what are the standards that have been set for why you feel the way about your body or why you feel uncomfortable with your womanhood or manhood. And I think recently we had Kathy, I was going to say Kathy, but recently we had a really good discussion in Bandung with Angela Davis, with E. Franklin Frazier on womanhood and womanhood, manhood, the Black social system, how they're all related. And it was described, I think, I won't go too long into it, but what really stood out essentially is this question of womanhood linked to being a revolutionary woman, which is that in American society, there is something unique to the Black experience or the Black social system, because in the community of slaves, how Angela Davis talks about it is that women weren't protected in the sense that white women could be by men. Black women, similar to Black men, were not treated any less harshly because they were women. Like if they any form of resistance, they were also burned, whipped, all this stuff, and they also had to work similar to men. So their domestic duties didn't shield them from all of that. And that was interesting because I'd never really understood like this whole thing of like, I mean, today we talk about in our time we talk about like working women and then also like balancing, like having work-life balance, that sort of thing. But this is, I think the way Angela talks about it is much more nuanced, where she's saying where like the domestic part, like the domestic house chores, all that was not the same, like didn't mean the same for white women as opposed to Black women. But where was I getting with this? I think, and then the other part that stood out is also how womanhood was also defined in terms of these women being Black and them also being part of resistance on the plantations in these maroon societies, where I guess there were various forms of resistance, whether it was like burning certain buildings, whether it was not partaking or not working on certain days or poisoning food, all this sort of stuff, and escaping. But I say that to say it's a different womanhood when, as opposed to one that's being talked about or defined by the queer movement. And actually earlier I accidentally called Kathy Catherine, but it was because Catherine's been on my mind. I think the way that Magna and Nanita defined womanhood for Michelle, I think it was really important for me to meet Catherine too,
Yeah.
because like I also wasn't clear on like what does it mean to be a woman, like what are the features of a woman. And I think because I didn't really have models in understanding American society. Like I had my mom and my grandmother, but they aren't, because they had immigrated here at a later part of their life. There was not a reference of how to interact with the society. But meeting Catherine, it was important for me because she was both so masculine in terms of a way that's like, you know, strong. Like Black women are also masculine in the sense that they'll stand their ground, but then also so feminine in terms of how gentle and caring and motherly she is. And I think we're still figuring out like what exactly defines each of these things. But Catherine was an important model for me in America. And I think that was my last point, but essentially I think this is a very like personal question, but it's also so relevant because it's true, like the standards that define womanhood, manhood in this country define the ones also on a global stage. Like whether it's like through things such as K-pop or like through things or even those that look to Western culture or Hollywood, in order to feel like you're a man or a woman, those are the standards that are set, or even for success. But it's not enough just for a rejection of what's here, but like what can you look towards? And that's why like figures like Baldwin and King, and even the ones in our day-to-day lives, like give examples to young people of what are alternatives and what are actually the right questions. And because when we talk about these things, I think Baldwin is the one that said this, which is like in reference to the church, which is that any ideology, movement, is also defined by the kinds of individuals. I mean, he didn't say it in that exact way. I forget the exact words, but in terms of if it doesn't make us freer, more loving human beings, then we should do away with it. And that is true. Like, I think we do see many of our peers of this generation that are kind of rude. And I don't care if you're gay or if you're whatever, but if you're rude, then you're rude and disrespectful. But if you're like a kind, generous, patient human being, then it doesn't really matter like what kind of like who you're into, who you sleep with at night. So yeah.
Oh man, this is some real heavy stuff. Forbes and I, we linked up yesterday, man, to talk about this exact stuff over some whiskey, man. It was that kind of conversation.
I don't know why he's outing us.
You got outed.
Whiskey was passed around.
It was.
That we talk about men.
But, you know, this stuff is this stuff is real heavy, man. You know, it's part of like the challenges that we're like facing is we're entering into like a new stage of history, the questions of modernity, and you know, on the one hand, like certain standards of men and women, which were worked out in a certain period of time, not to like constrain you and strangle you, but to give you a greater sense of your capacity and responsibility to other human beings, don't really like hold anymore because the world is different and we need something new. Regardless of whether you're in America or any other place in the world. But what's like particularly challenging right now is that in the face of all this, we have whiteness or the Christ whiteness embedded in all of this. And so like the standard for like the new world that we currently live in being the white man or like the white woman, honestly, man, I feel like it's a death sentence. it's a death sentence if you can embody it. And right now, I mean, like, thinking about like all the dejected and disavowed young men that are living in this country who represent a lot of the like people in the Trump movement who don't really have a future, to be honest, both
Yeah.
like as human beings and like as that like standard of men, due to the inextricable concept of the white man as someone who is superior to the black man and even the white woman and all other women, which is, like I said, like a death sentence because this constrains your like capacity to love. And you know what's challenging as well is that this concept of manhood or masculinity, uh, tied with all the ideas of like what it is to be a man, I believe is under attack. Like I'm, you know, I'm just reflecting on my experience, man. I feel defensive sometimes, man. I do because this is, you know, just man has been painted as like a dirty word. And you know, I reflect on, you know, either like just, you know, personal friendships with my friends that I love, and even people that I feel like I've been used as a punching bag just because of this pain that these women that I care about feel for what they've been told to be, what is a woman and what a man is, and you know, honestly, terrible things that have happened to them too. And so, like, I do feel that this like concept of manhood has been attacked. Like I said, I feel personally attacked, but at the same time, I feel like the women themselves truly have been attacked as well. You know, I'm thinking about this like hashtag I saw on Twitter the other day, the hashtag women in male fields, which is some of this stuff is like really funny, to be honest.
Women in what?
Women in male fields. I have very good sense of humor, so I get a laugh out of it. But it's like basically like saying like women are going to do the things that men are doing, which are just like the most terrible things that have like happened to these like poor women that I'm like real time. There's like a lot of pain that this person is feeling, and they have to tweet about it and then try to like laugh about it. And so this has been both like on an attack on the men and the women at the same time, and the the resolution. I mean, you know, on the one hand, you have the men who, well, as like Jeremiah talked about, you're offered to be like queer, which is like one to try to like negate all the terrible aspects that it is to be the white man has been presented to you, but also I think something like core to like your like humanity as well that is encapsulated in that. Or you say, I'm going to try to be on the winning side of this. No, in the absence of like love, like for yourself and love for the woman as well. You decide through like, you know, honestly represented through a lot of like a figure like Andrew Tate, in the absence of love and in this zero sum game. I'm going to be the one on top. Just women are bad, women are terrible, but you know, I'm just gonna top G my way to and be on the winning side of this. Which I think once again is like a death sentence to these young men. So like the men are like feel like you have to be defensive and respond in a certain way. The women are also under attack and feel the need to like defend themselves. And there's no resolution of this. I'm bursting at the seams with like so many thoughts that I'm gonna leave it right there right now. We did this in once again 3 hours, few glasses of whiskey.
I just only got one sentence for it. You know, hearing everybody, like all of our stories are unique. There's one thing that we have in common. It's the common struggle and And I had to redefine and build models my entire life. The model never just stayed, but it'll stay in balance. But it's something that we gotta come to every day so that you put your energy and your valuable time. And like the brother said over there, yeah, I had to do my duties when I'm here, but I thought I was pre-prepared for it because I was a parental person in my personhood, you know, growing up like that, not that a person didn't know me, and having to have the family embodiment around me and being fluid with it, going to relatives house so that it wasn't just my mom and dad. Everybody had a station in life for me to stop by, and little boy's going on his way. You know what I mean? And I consider myself a warrior child because of what I'm not fearless, but I fear the Lord like that He gave me something so principled, you know, that I can ride with people. We need to be able to remind ourselves how difficult all these days are because we are in the struggle. Different, and they get more difficult. But the things that I'm hearing from you is the honesty that you are applying to the mirror in your entire life from your childhood, not from adulthood, but from your complete childhood. How do you want to conceptualize your complete childhood so that you're face to face with it? You see the narrow, you see the wide road. You are still a child, but we need to be able to be thankful when we get up each day before we start approaching who we consider the enemy or thy enemy. Because thy enemy might be in thyself before one knows thyself. The enemy is right in front of our own eyes. But we got to hold the eyes, unfold itself. And everybody here has a lot of philosophical things and to work with, you know, and to accept the responsibility. This church of the crucifixion, this really points to symbolism for what we are talking about. Whether you pick up the cross or whether you're going to walk with anything, because this is what birth and life and death finds us like this. We could be equal to in all things, but you cannot shed away from where you've been placed in your life and your family and all your beloved relatives. Jeremiah, to have had a name plumbed from a Bible, and you think I'm thinking how much meritorious name means to me, and I'm talking from my childhood. I ain't talking about from an adult that you might not care about your name calling. Why is one called that? You know, everybody has something that is given to them so that you can help give something back in return. And it's really our lives, you know, it's really our lives that we accept the faults. You don't want to read about George Washington? Well, go back and establish the principles of things I've read about. And I must have had cherished to have 72 years of my life that I have to walk and carry footnotes that he wrote or something in the Field magazine, something that he spoke about that go in your pocket. It's $1 bill. But it's something behind the imagery and the symbolism that can still point it to you. I'm not making some esoteric thing up right now. I'm saying to have a gut check that this man walked down these blocks here at some point in time. We're in that city grid. And to be honest with yourself, if you want you want to reclaim, redeem your life, you have to find some redemption too. The enemy is God have to find redemption. Everybody have to find some redemption. But they come to their own, they come to the level of the way the water brings you to rise up or fall. I'm cherished that I could come here for my day. I call my daily search for life. It's a daily search to have life every day. Because the people that can just give up. If I didn't see Tony here, I wouldn't feel that the anchor of school, someone is holding the anchor. That's the hold anchor. Nobody wants to hold that anchor. But you do need people on board to help pull that anchor up. If you want to make a small move, you need everybody to make that movement move a little bit at a time. Nobody just yanks the movement like, it don't work that way. You know what I mean? You got and don't. I'm not going to person, but don't make your childhood a nightmare. If I met you on the street, we have the love of lifelong friendship. Most of the people I've met in my entire life like that with me. If I walk in front of them, I see them, they still see me. My social, political, cultural, spiritual identity is reinforced. I don't have to worry about it's being reinforced. It's like reinforcement. Because I know that I'm still a gentle man, and my kids still consider me their pop or dad or granddad. All of those roles that we as human beings have to find acceptance for, because that's the first cure. Like Baldwin to me is the medicine man. That's what happens when you're involved with people. It's something in you that's chemistry to heal others who are still wounded, like that. And there's one can accept that kind of little small baptism, then it's the hallmark of your life. And no one can run up on you and steal what she has. Because I'm sitting next to her right now. I don't think one could run up on her like they ran up on her before. Before what they call the sudden enlightenment. But sudden enlightenment to smack you right up or smack you down. Like that. I'm not playing around with that. I told him, I said, this is like a hard boxing to me. I gotta be I have my boots on. I gotta be in what the corner feel like, right? Yeah.
Square circle.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to add a little bit, but yeah, I find it was so mind-blowing for me to realize that Baldwin could be an ideal for both masculinity and femininity, for both manhood and womanhood. And I even think, well, I'm not sure exactly if that's because that speaks to the universality of the Black experience, or if the idea of manhood is actually just androgynous, or the idea of womanhood is something about androgyny. But I also found something like that to connect it to what Michelle had asked about, like what is intervention? I feel like what clarifies kind of the uselessness of the queer ideology is how it relates to the child or the family. And that's why I find like what we're reading in studying the Negro family, in reading E. Franklin Frazier and Angela Davis so interesting and so grounding, or even to study like the Chinese social system, because like it is also interesting that Baldwin could be an ideal for fatherhood, even without having any children of his own. So yeah, just to kind of speak to my like where my head has been going with certain things. Like in a way, I also agree with what Alice was saying about like I don't really feel like is this an important conversation to have? In a way, it's like doesn't seem like it's the focal point or the most pressing question to answer. But it is because of the way like it's so pressing for young people that I think that's what makes it an important question to answer. And maybe it is because like before you even venture out into trying to understand like society or the world around you, you're starting to just like your first questions are about yourself and about love and like, can I be loved? Can I love another person? And those questions like maybe overdetermine the way you approach like venturing outward. At least I think that's how it was for me. And so I feel like it relates to the question of like the link between the private life and the public life. Like how do you see your private and your personal life like as a reflection of, or how does it relate to like something broader or something more universal? Like how do you see personal responsibility or responsibility to yourself relating to like a responsibility to society? And yeah, I find it so interesting that like maybe what would help answer people's questions about like manhood and womanhood or sexuality, like what would actually help people answer that the most for themselves personally is like answering questions about purpose, like respect, love, and maturity, which I think are universal questions that like essentially manhood, womanhood, like adolescence are just manifestations of. And yeah, I was just thinking back to how like when I was a kid, I don't feel like I never felt like I had certain ideals for like what it meant to be a woman. And for some reason, the only thing that came to mind was like Mulan, who was like a Disney character, like an animated character, and it was because she like exemplified both like masculine characteristics and feminine characteristics. And I was like, wow, she's so badass. Like she's like bringing honor to her family and like, like willing to make a sacrifice like, for her family. And I like if within the queer paradigm, like you can interpret that as like, well, maybe Mulan's actually queer and Shang's queer, and like maybe like she's actually non-binary or something like that. Or the same way you could we were reading Frasier and reading like the unfettered motherhood section, and I was thinking about how like all the queer like polyamorous people that I know from California, like wondering how would they see this, and they'd probably just think to themselves like, oh well, this is like a polyamorous like relationship, and but I guess I'm just trying to say that like to the example that you raised about that woman in the Lucien Blackwell reading group, saying that like, well, that last ditch trying to rationalize like I see something in Baldwin that nobody else sees, and that's what confirms his queerness. Like I feel like that's just so quickly, it just disintegrates so quickly when you start asking questions for yourself as to, well, what is like the purpose of my life? And like, am I actually just using this like queer identity or queer ideology to escape a certain responsibility that I have to society, change society, to contribute to society, whether that is through the way I like raise my child, like everything from the way you raise your child to like taking up political struggle. And yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify. I wanted to clarify and respond to something Michelle said. But I wanted to clarify like the political purposes of bringing up this conversation at this time. Because it's like Michelle said, oh, if you don't agree with queer ideology in the left, then you are a bigot. But I would go even further and say they'll call you a fascist. And this comes from the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory and the fusion of Freudianism and Marxism that has become popular in the academy. And the whole Freudian question is, oh, you need a strong father. So this is what people, Frankfurt School says, the working class needs a strong father figure. And that's the, fascist essence in them, that toxic masculinity. And so that's what I was saying when I was saying, oh, all my mentors were trans women or Black people. That's everyone I associated with. It was a way of positioning myself as far away from, quote unquote, toxic masculinity as I could. And young people are looking, I guess that's what Crystal's saying, young people are looking to these figures that go beyond just femininity or masculinity. And the importance, the political and ideological importance of questioning queer ideology. And what I was trying to say earlier is that we're not just here trying to hate on queer people and tell them that they're wrong. The whole point of French theory, or the whole consequence of French theory, is to confuse people And we're saying that queer theory and critical theory have confused young people and unable to answer the questions that they need to answer in this time. And I think that a lot of people's experiences have reflected this. So I think when we're talking about, in my youth, in my infantile stage, when I believed this and I was doing this and it led down self-destructive pathways, we're not trying to say like, oh, being trans is gay or being trans is bad, being gay is bad, but to say the queer people can't answer these questions. They don't see, and it has to do with neo-Kantianism and that question of categories. How do young people put themselves in categories? Crystal's right. I agree 100% that where do trans people see themselves in the family structure? Well, they would say, oh, well, it's just me and my buddies in Greenwich Village, and we're polyamorous, and
it's your chosen family.
My chosen family. But it goes back to what you said, Clark, in the beginning. What was your name? About like, oh, I'm a dad and I have gray hair because I have a daughter. I have a legacy. The queer culture and queer ideology, it's about, it's what James Baldwin says effectively. It's about the sexual revolution, and there is no children in the sexual revolution. Children don't belong in the sexual revolution. And
True.
and that's what suburban parents, if you've ever met one, if you've ever talked to one about with kids, that's what they've said about the trans ideology coming to their schools from the academy. It's like, no, I don't want to introduce my child to that. That's not the questions of being I want my child to learn. I want my child to learn how to read and cross the street correctly at that age. And even trans people, that's what I'm trying to say about like even trans people. It's an ideology. We're not criticizing people. We're not criticizing how they live. We're criticizing what they think and how they think. And even trans people will tell you like, yeah, it's probably a mistake to make this whole focal point about sports. But isn't that the whole point of identity politics, is to divide people? Mm-hmm. If you ask like trans people, revolutionary people that I've met, okay, maybe they're not with the free school, but they're against postmodernism. And they'll say, no, I'm interested in healthcare for trans youth. No, I'm interested in people accepting trans youth. Or I'm interested in trans people not losing their jobs, like mixing it with the labor question. And then just to conclude, what does this have to do with categories? Trans ideology is really mixed up with neo-Kantianism, which is a negation of Kantianism. Kant is questioning questioning why we put things in categories, why we think the way that we think. Neo-Kantianism has taken a step too far and said that all these categories are meaningless anyway. We can't find any meaning in them. It's not like Mulan where she recreates a meaning by transcending the categories. And so just to conclude, okay, maybe that was a silly comparison. But just to conclude, queer ideology doesn't solve the questions for young people. It confuses them further. That's why we're talking about it. It's because it's a distraction from political questions. And if you question it, you're a fascist. But that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to illuminate, the future.
Yeah. No, my comment is really similar to yours, because I feel like if I were to put myself in the shoes of like a young progressive person, they would be like, oh, like, why are you guys even using the words queer ideology, like queer movement? And I think in some ways there's like a kind of very sneaky political move which is being made, which is that I do think that there is quote unquote a queer ideology, or that basically, especially in academia, queerness is presented as like a liberatory framework. And there is this whole thing of queer liberation, and society is like, homophobic, and of course society needs to be liberated. And so it's like, I think part of what I feel like also like to what Samir's saying, you can't present your worldview as the liberatory ideology and then get mad when people call it an ideology. I feel like that's part of what is also, because then like I feel like the other accusation which is made, and I don't know if people would make this against us, but it's that like if you criticize like quote unquote queer ideology, then you're denying quote, the right of queer people to exist, or the right of trans people to exist, so on and so forth. And actually, I was thinking about how actually, in a lot of ways, Baldwin, the ideological assassination of Baldwin is to weaponize essentially someone like Baldwin to reaffirm that position where, like, there's that whole like famous quote which is attributed to Baldwin of like, we can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of right to exist. Which is a fake quote. Baldwin never said that. The only person who
say that?
no, the only person who said that was this guy on Twitter. Yeah, it was Robert Jones, who's like presented himself as like the inheritor of Baldwin on Twitter and stuff. But it's like that exact framework is used as basically the way to be like, oh, you can't criticize me because you're denying my right to exist. Well, it's like, no, like, I'm not denying your right to exist. I'm denying or I'm criticizing the ideology that you yourself have said is a liberatory concept. And therefore, if you present it as such, then therefore, as someone who's part of society, I have a right to engage with it, not from like, and it's like, just because I'm not quote unquote identify as a queer person doesn't mean that I have like no right to criticize it, which I feel like is basically like the whole ideological move we just made. It's like if you present it as like a revolutionary concept, then you actually have to stake your ground in that and be willing to defend it. But if not, then it's like you're not really serious about presenting queerness as a liberatory ideology, liberatory framework. I don't know, I just want to
Well, I was thinking about the identity politics era and then like where we are today. And I feel like that's some of the tension of like the stuff right now, which is that I feel like there was a stage when people were like, I'm actually queer, like I am trans, or like this is me. But I feel like now I actually feel like with young people, you can basically be like completely straight or like not queer, but still subscribe to like queer ideology as exactly a revolutionary, like liberatory framework. And I feel like it's not, I feel like it's harder to describe because basically I feel like in the universities, it's such a tight, like insular, like ivory tower, like literally queer studies or like queer like theory stuff is like on the cutting edge, and then I feel like it trickles down. But I feel like in the queer studies stuff, like the idea literally is like, regardless of what you do in your private life, regardless of who you are as an individual, it is actually like literally a philosophical, like neo-Kantian whatever move to just like blur the edges or to say this is not that, like this is this actually, or to say like everything is the same. And I think also like it treats itself as a revolutionary concept just because it tries to basically like fundamentally overturn or like it's in complete opposition to like the existing society, which is like patriarchy. And so I also think that I don't know, like I'm also thinking about it like with Lotus and stuff, but I think some of it is that it becomes like an aesthetic performance. It becomes treated as like a futuristic, like, I don't know, like avant-garde performance of like what can be. And I think the challenge, is that it wants to operate on both fronts as like the rights of human beings, like the liberal individual right to exist, free from like the meddling of outside society. And then at the same time, I feel like ideologically, philosophically, it wants to basically like impel or like force a new kind of
to transform.
to actually like completely change the social foundations of society.
Completely changed what?
Like the social foundations or the assumptions of society. And I feel like young people maybe like, I don't think that the problem is necessarily that they're open-minded to individuals having different sexual orientations, or that they're also open to like experimenting or trying things out on their own. But I think it's more like I think it is like the ideological orientation explicitly. That kind of theory is like revolutionary theory, or that is the most transgressive, like progressive form of like thinking. And and I think in a sense it's kind of like that individual, like immature kind of just opposition to like existing standards is in itself revolutionary and sufficient. Because I think it also, like Michelle said, that it creates like a default anti-struggle position, but I also think it just results in a very like anti-social and like anti-communal form, where I feel like in practice it does kind of go like, well, like what do I really need to respect the Black tradition if they're like
not like queer friendly enough, or if they didn't see this thing.
I just wanted to, all of this is really, like, this has been on my mind for a long time because I have to start with the disclaimer that queer ideology or the queer movement in itself has always been very difficult for me to understand. From the moment I started thinking about it, which coincides with my coming to this country, right? And that's partly because of the way I grew up in India, but then partly it was also naive because I was under the impression that things that you didn't like or didn't understand, you could just ignore. But then something like this, the reason you discuss it and the reason why it becomes important is I want to put it in terms that Doc had put our conversation of, say, Judith Butler, a figure like Judith Butler, is the reason why this has to be talked about and something has to be figured out because it's responsible for destroying generations of young people, destroying like utter despair, people living in utter despair. And that's why it becomes important. And I only recently realized that, which is my bad. But but then the other thing is, in the last close to 10 years that I've been in this country, there were moments where maybe I was, less sure of myself or felt weaker, where people had come close to convincing me that me not being able to understand queer ideology meant there was something lacking in myself or my worldview, or maybe I was too provincial or not cosmopolitan enough. These are the words that are thrown. And then, I mean, because I couldn't be sure because secure, I did consider the possibility maybe I'm missing something and maybe there's more to this than I understand, and I can't be this dismissive. I have to say that's also why coming to Philadelphia, and especially the Year of Baldwin and studying Baldwin with not just people in free school but publicly with other people, it's been transformational for me because now I know what the word cosmopolitan is actually supposed to mean, because it's really, you can't get more cosmopolitan than when you collide with Baldwin. You can't get more cosmopolitan than when you meet Black people and accept in some ways the moral authority of the Black radical thinking or consciousness. There is nothing more. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether this explains what I'm trying to explain. But for instance, even in this essay, I just want to raise, because we've talked about it a lot, I just want to raise two things. I think it's very significant that he talks about the crisis of sexual identity or even the criteria of looking or talking about sexual identity. And he says, basically, paraphrasing, that it cannot be separated from the criteria of man, or and then he says that when you have devalued man and made him into property, if that's where he's going back to very early on the essay, he goes there. I think what he's trying to say is, how can you even start asking the question of sexual preference or sexual identity, womanhood, relationships between men and women, when your criteria of man and the human being is messed up as soon as you allowed, yourself to represent a civilization that enslaved people, that colonized people, and that genocided people, and I have read this essay many times and I still don't fully understand it, but I've always asked the question, why does he talk about poverty in it? And poverty, and I think it's the autobiographical part of this essay is very important, because what he's trying to say is that when I was a young boy, a Black child in Harlem, I didn't feel threatened. Right. And he says that I didn't feel threatened because I was poor, and even the white people who were living around us were poor. And poverty, need was what was our shared identity in some ways. And even when he says, when he grows up and he is dealing with this world, which he calls the gay world, he says, I was in it as a Black person. So I did not have the luxury to fool myself about what it
it is that they were. And even in the Richard Goldstein interview that Shambarto brought up, he says this very clearly, the question of color always precedes the question of sexual preference. You know, and what he's really trying to say here is that there are questions about the human being or the man that you have not sorted out. And before sorting that out, before looking at what your fucked up ideas about manhood has done to the Black man in this society without understanding what it's doing to the child, don't be under the impression that you can figure out the question of sexual identity. And, you know, and that's why he's saying that this is neither the sexual revolution is neither about sex nor is it a revolution.
Right.
It's a response to the spiritual famine in America, you know. And he even goes as far as to say, is, you know, sexual activity in itself is pretty boring. So if that's what you're coming out of the closet for, I would reconsider. He says it in those clear terms, you know, but he's trying to say something here. And I think this goes back to what Michelle was saying, is why is it so hard to, like, even if you give intellectual assent to Baldwin, you don't give like a moral assent. Like you don't give, you don't say that, okay, no, I understand theoretically all of this makes sense to me and I have this argument or that. But what is he saying about what you need to do for yourself, like the work that you need to do after having been destroyed by this society in some ways? And I don't think that's very easy. And those are also not the terms on which Baldwin is talked about. You know? But anyway, I have to say, I feel really lucky to have discovered all of this, because I don't know, I would never be able to make sense of any of these questions. And maybe that thought of, oh, I'm too provincial, that's why I don't understand queer stuff, you know, would have stuck with me for a long time, because the forces that convince you of things like that are extremely brutal. And you can say no maybe 10, 15 times. If you don't have support, if you don't have people around you who show you that it's okay to stand up to these things, it's easy to crumble sometimes, you know. And I've seen it happen to people who are not strong enough to stand up against the onslaught of, you know, the imposition of these ideas. Anyway.
Absolutely true.
Maybe we can do comments and then move on to your section.
There aren't a lot of comments. Todd, Bambala, Kansas Mama, I'll say good morning. Kansas Mama said, I can't stay today, but wanted to help with the algorithm. And then Bambala said, to be a man is like being born. Gotta figure out how to get out of the room. And then DK said, great conversation again today. I think they really liked this idea of like standards. Bambala said, water flows along its destined path. Maybe not cool to start artificially trying to change the path until the water is old enough. People are people's medicine. Who's noticing that we're snacking a lot? In regards to toxic masculinity, I often get dang tired of hearing dudes trying to express their super masculinity in multiple ways. I am hetero. Okay, Celeste B. Ratcliffe has a lot of comments, but I'm not really sure where it's coming from, because some of them are just words. Okay, but they say socialist group gender acceptance norms are the spark of total racial chaos. And I think man's brain functions 90% more than a woman's brain functions. So we don't have a context for that. But then Pax Americana is still here. That was when people was talking. And then that's all the
Such a beautiful conversation, so clarifying. And I guess I just want to say one thing. I think there's a reason that there is a Saturday free school. And everybody is not able to really see it at one time. And people come into free school often with their own assumptions, their own, I would say, even prejudices. And if they hang around long enough, they'll understand why there's a preschool and what this work is. But I'm going to be quick. I just want to talk about the crisis of the social and political order. In sociology, we have theorists who talk about a breakdown crisis, a social breakdown crisis, or in other places, a crisis of social disintegration. In some ways, I proceed from the assumptions or the hypothesis that we are in such a breakdown or crisis of disintegration of the political system. And therefore, while I'm waiting to get more data, granular data on exactly what happened on November 5th, and in particular from Philadelphia, and it's almost as though the political establishment is guarding this data like they're guarding a top secret, the nuclear bomb secret or something. By the granular, I mean, I want to know how every precinct voted. Not just every ward, but every precinct. And to know generally what the socioeconomics of that precinct are. And thereby to draw conclusions about what classes are moving in what direction. By classes, I mean social classes, economic classes are moving in what directions. And can we correlate the movement of, let us say, people in North Central Philadelphia and people in Butler, Pennsylvania, who clearly don't know each other, but as I often say, but they do know each other. However, there are trends that have come out. The New York Times is trying to break down national data on the election. By the way, the reason I'm emphasizing this election because it was a critical, unprecedented, maybe transformative election. And I want to be careful using the word transformative. We do not yet know what direction all of this is going in. What we do know is that 76 million people voted against the ruling elite. Now, people will say, well, the Republicans are the ruling elite. Well, not quite. The two parties have vastly changed over the last 30 years, where the Republican Party is now the party where most of the working people are, and the Democratic Party is the party of wealth, high income, high education, and the elites. So we did have that taking place. What all of that means, we don't yet know. The other thing is, Philadelphia is a poor city, the poorest of the top 10 cities. It is a vastly unequal city. There is vast poverty, unbelievable urban poverty, and then on the other side, unbelievable wealth that is institutionalized, not just wealthy individuals, but rich institutions like the universities, like banks, and other institutions. On the other side, we have poverty, which is institutionalized. But to see poverty and not see the Black social system means that we don't really understand poverty and resistance to it. In this sense, all that we're talking about Baldwin and who he is and what he offers to the poor. I think it's Kathy that brought up that in this essay where he's talking about sexuality and identity and things, he talks extensively, or he contextualizes it within the framework of poverty and what we would call the Black social system. For us to look at this election from the standpoint both of a crisis, and I don't think there's any question about that. Even the elites recognize that we are in a crisis. I put a sociological, theoretical label on it and call it a crisis of social disintegration or a breakdown crisis of the political system. Now, and that is to be more specific and to give a grounding which could lead to a practice, a movement, a way of establishing a unity of the people at this time. I think it is important that we know what we're dealing with. A lot of people say, well, why are y'all talking about that? Why so on and so forth. That anti-intellectual move, we already know that. Well, if you already know, why ain't you doing nothing? Everybody already knows everything after you say it. But I'm just being a little more ghetto. Yeah, you knew it, but you never said it. You know what I'm saying? I'm very interested in that discursive strategy. You know everything after somebody told you it, but it didn't make no difference, no way, because nothing made but But to look at it in this way, I think we begin to understand, first of all, the capacity of resistance, which also raises the question of the quality and strength and capacity of the Black social system. And all of the institutions of it, including individuals that have to play leading roles in it. And I would not be so romantic about the whole situation to say that the Black social system is not what it was 50 years ago. Clayton and I talk about Zion. We grew up in that church. It is not the church that it was back then. No church is, because the Black movement, the Black community does not have a great cause célèbre, something great to fight for. And so religion has become like at Zion. I don't remember studying the Bible that closely, but I do remember we were participants as children in civil rights marches and going to Washington and going to churches and, raising food or seeing our adults raise food to send down south and that type of thing. The church and the leadership of the church, Reverend Leon Sullivan, were a part of a great movement for social change. And that gave meaning to the church. It gave meaning to religion. It gave each of us a reason to exist and to be. We didn't have to find our reason to live from what some academic at some elite university says. It was palpable. It was in front of us. And so our institutions were stronger. The historically Black colleges were far stronger intellectually and academically and morally than they are today. Dwight and I always talk about our college where we graduated from, and we can hardly talk about it without cursing and without being angry at it and the people leading it and how it has been captured by this postmodern neoliberal, neocon elites. But also, we want to look at this, and I'm sorry if I'm going to go fast. We want to look at this election from the standpoint of the class-race dynamics and the systems of conflict and how, in fact, you do not hear it talk of a race war, which we heard regularly back in the 60s and 70s with the assassination of King and the civil rights movement having reached its apogee by 1968 and then having gone into decline. You heard everywhere the talk of a possible race war and how we young Black men and women had to arm ourselves and prepare for urban guerrilla warfare. I was one of those people. What you hear most on all sides of the discussion and from the elites is from the Democrats, why did we not communicate better with the working class? Well, it should be, if you don't know that by now, you need to get out of the game. From the Republicans, especially what's his name, Orrin Cass, we will transform the Republican Party into a working class party with conservative social values, so to speak. Or you will hear from the new communists and even the social Dems who are trying to take over the Democratic Party that that class is on the table, on the discussion. And the question is, how do we understand class and what is its role within the struggle going forward? So class is on the agenda. Of course, we in the Free School are not very satisfied with the way any of them are discussing it, because we see the grounding for the discussion of class and race and civilization in the writings, let us say, of Du Bois and Baldwin, and of course the movement led by King, and so on. However, at the most elite levels of the ideological struggle, such writers and thinkers and public intellectuals as the Israeli Yuval Noah Harari. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him. I didn't hear much about him until I started listening to YouTube podcasts, and he's everywhere now. He is seen as a defender of the existing order. He takes a long view of history, going back 200,000 years ago. I mean, the real long. And he, the first anatomically modern human beings appear, and then language, then standing up, then the hand, and, tool making and such. And he concludes that humanity in these 200,000 years have gone through several revolutionary changes, all associated with some form of technological change or revolutions. But the greatest one that has brought mankind close to being God himself is the one that begins 500 years ago with science and the rise of European civilization. Now, if that's not a self-serving argument, I don't know what is. In other words, a white man claiming that all history has led to this moment in history of white hegemony. Okay. And this is he speaks all over the world and is highly regarded for his view. Well, why wouldn't he be? If one is white, one is an elite, you want to be assured that the world that you inhabit and the world that you dominate is the world that should be. And anyone that challenges it is challenging a 200,000-year evolutionary process that has led to this moment. That quote, man, can create man, can create intelligence, that man is thus God. You see what I'm saying? That this moment goes back 500 years ago. Well, what happened 500 years ago? Well, the transatlantic slave trade. So some men enslaved, killed, genocided other men so that man could be God. Yeah. So, okay, you see what we're looking at, right? Now, more sober-minded people like Ross do that, and I'm always interested in his take on things, because one, he is like somebody said about the the people who come to Lucien Blackwell. At least they say what they think and make it part of a public discussion. It's a very valuable thing. An honest person is a unique person these days. Yes, isn't it true? I mean, all I want is one honest woman, a man, so we can talk about something. You know, all this canceling and so on and so forth is the refuge of the intellectual coward. And they've been proven to be so as their moment in history has faded, and it has faded. But the ruin that is left behind, and this is what you guys are experiencing at Lotus. You know, the University of Pennsylvania is not a university for this moment in history and for what humanity is becoming. And so it is educating young people in ways that make them vulnerable to fake ideologies, but also keep them constantly on the precipice of emotional and psychological breakdown, because the world is not what they've been told it is. And how do you live in a world where you assumed it to be one way, you were told it was one way, and then you find it isn't? And nothing you can do, no machination, no manipulation, no identity, no sexual preference. You know, like you say, I could put on a dress and have a beard and wear high heels. I have not solved the problem of what is my relation to the world and to humanity. And so they have sold this to young people knowingly, because they cannot tolerate a generation of young people who will be looking towards the revolutionary possibilities in this country. But Ross, do that. Do that.
I like how you say it.
Do that.
Yeah, keep doing you.
Yeah. Ross doing that. Okay, Ross doing that, or Ross do that. But anyway, I like to read him because I was saying he's an honest man. He writes honestly to the extent that he is able to. He too sees himself speaking to this crisis, but saying that the foundations for resolving the crisis exist within white civilization, technological advance, and a notion of progress. In other words, there is an ideological way out, according to Ross Do That. You know what I'm saying? And like Harari, he believes that 500 years of white civilization has so advanced humanity and given us, humanity, the intellectual, technological, and civilizational tools to resolve all of these crises, which raises the question, and Jerry raised it today, of are they saying that the answer is to be found in a white supremacist social system? Must we all become white? Which is different than the prescription that Baldwin makes in what we were reading the other night at Zion, down at the cross, where he says that white people must become black, which is, a cultural civilizational relabeling, re-identification of oneself to become the opposite of what you have been told you must be and are. And I think that is what Alice and everybody were describing. I had to become the opposite of what I was told I was. If I were to live, or if I were to even understand who I am as a descendant of Chinese civilization. If I am white, how can I see China? I'm in opposition to China, in fact, or most of China. That's a struggle going on there too, of course. Excuse me. But, this idea of the long path of the evolution of consciousness, what Angela Davis calls the history of consciousness, which I find is a very important concept. It is different than the history of ideas. Now, how do you determine the history of consciousness? You know, which is a question that has to be answered in a different way than the history of ideas or the history of philosophy or the history of epistemologies. But certainly it is rooted in Hegel. And the stages in the development of consciousness until humanity or mankind reaches a level of consciousness where there is no separation between the individual man or woman and the absolute, i.e. God. Okay, let me see it. You know, Hegel's idea that the history of consciousness is the history of mankind, you know, becoming collectively and individually so conscious that there is no difference between the consciousness of each individual and absolute consciousness or God. You see what I'm saying? That is the end, literally the end of history in Hegelian philosophy. You know, and by the way, I see where Angela gets it from now. In other words, the history of consciousness is the history of man's awakening gradually to absolute consciousness, to a total consciousness. In some ways, it's what Harari talks about: man as God, man as the divine, man as not just living in the world, but man creating the world and other human beings and multiple intelligences. Now, with all technological determinist philosophies, the great weakness, and King pointed this out brilliantly, is the moral question. What is man to become? Because I can allegedly create an artificial intelligence that surpasses human intelligence. Hey, like they say in the Bible, I've gained the world, but I've lost my soul. Am I any longer man? Is man dispensable, or is man indispensable to other human beings? And there's a difference. And I'm using man in this generic sense of the human, if man can be dispensed with, if technology, be it automation in auto factories or steel factories, or at the level of the intellect, if man is dispensable, then what was all of this about anyway? If man becomes God or becomes divine so that he can destroy man, then what was the whole purpose of this? And what is the responsibility of human beings to prevent this? So the battle in a lot of ways is, just to put it in Hegel's terms, a battle over the zeitgeist. What is this time? What does this crisis mean? What can possibly come out of this crisis? Or what are the multiple situations that could come out of this crisis? Now, there are theorists of modernity, early modern theorists, such as Marx, such as the French radical revolutionary thinkers of the 18th century, whose whole theory of history is based on crisis. Lenin took Marx's theory of crisis a step further. and said that the system reaches a certain point where it goes into a general crisis, a total crisis, an inescapable crisis from which it can emerge only through a revolution. That's Lenin's theory. You see, and in some ways, the Russian Revolution affirmed what he was saying, or maybe it didn't. You know, but you know, it's still a matter of discussion. Did it confirm, or did it only partially confirm the theory of a general crisis? Has the fact that the Russian Revolution did not spread to all of Europe or to all of the world, well, you could say China, or you could say the national liberation movements of Africa and Asia. However, the stronghold of world imperialism and American empire remain in place over all of this time. And those who are anti-revolutionary would say, but the Soviet Union collapsed. That which they said would endure because it was grounded in historical materialist determination collapse, and the major imperialist country remains. Well, they can't say it remains, but it's on life support right now. Oxygen. Yeah. Well, but then Du Boisian theory is a theory of crisis. When he says the problem of the 20th century, is saying the word you could use in place of problem is the crisis of the 20th century, is the color line. It is a theory of crisis. Baldwin, if you want to understand Baldwin is a theorist of crisis, but it is the crisis that the individual experiences as a result of a social system based upon assumptions about man, which cannot hold, which separates man from man in general, and each man from man, woman, from themselves. Does that make sense? Baldwin is a theorist of crisis. And the point I'm trying to make, without a theory of crisis, you cannot see the future, or you don't have any way to see the future. I just want to say again, Harari, Ross Douthat, and a whole number of other of the elite class, their theories do not include crisis. The ruling class theorists, maybe some go off the farm and say, oh shit, we're in a crisis, you know. But in general, if you want to know what a cold-blooded ruling class theory of this time is, you need to know one thing. They don't acknowledge crisis, or they will say this is a temporary crisis produced by a neo-fascist thug, and so on. Take Cornel West. Cornel West is not a theorist of crisis. He is a theorist of evil, but not a theorist of crisis. You know what I'm saying? Is that fair? Okay, yeah. In other words, there is evil in the world, and good people must eliminate it. That is the crisis. I don't even consider that to be a serious moral crisis, theory of moral crisis. You know? But nonetheless, he is not. Now, I just want to say a couple real quick things. We have now faced an unusual crisis for the United States, a crisis of the state. And every day, Trump and his appointments are making this clear. For example, the man that he wants to appoint to be defense secretary. It's like saying out the gate, I want to destroy the Defense Department, the whole U.S. military, and everything associated with it. I'm going to appoint a cat that's a television talk host, a drunk and accused of grabbing women and all that type of thing while at, drunken parties, and the guy don't deny it. All he says it was consensual. I did everything I'm accused of, but it was all consensual. And there's no shame in Trump's game. It's like, I want to destroy the Defense Department. I'm going to fire all of the 4-star generals and admirals, and I'm cutting the budget, and I'm going to get out of NATO, So, so the ruling class said, God, man, what are we going to do with this? So the knives are out. If Biden unleashed the dogs of war, it would seem, and I can't say anything, it would seem that Trump wants to tame the dogs of war. The problem is, will the dogs of war go quietly back into their cages? You know what I'm saying? Then he appoints Tulsi Gabbard, a member of a Hindu yoga cult. And I'm down with her. Like they say, I might be a student of cults, and so on and so forth. But everything that does not adhere to the narrative of the ruling class is a cult. Like the Unitarian Church, I consider a cult. But, that's all good. But it is a crisis of the state. And a crisis of the state was defined, from the 19th century forward by European theorists, including Marx and Friedrich Engels and Lenin, as a crisis where the ruling class cannot rule. My only addition to what they're saying, or problem with what they're saying, is what we discussed last week. If one sees the state as only a blunt instrument to be used against the opposing class, was basically what Lenin says in his State and Revolution, what Friedrich Engels says in The Origin of Family, Private Property, and the State. If the state is solely or primarily that, one does not understand the state. Nor can one understand this crisis of the state as a crisis of the state. Let me explain that. This crisis of the state looks more like what Martin Luther King would have proposed in terms of the delegitimation of the state. In other words, the people ideologically no longer accept as completely legitimate, maybe partially, but not completely legitimate to rule. I can give you an example just here in Philadelphia. And I think Philadelphia is a really great sociological and political sociological laboratory. Because I think if you understand this, which we're best able, because of where we're located, to understand this, I think you can better understand, for example, Detroit, Cleveland, other big cities where you have big Black populations. In Philadelphia, the Democratic machine, better known as the Democratic City Committee, but it's the machine, said to the Kamala Harris campaign and to the National Democratic Party, we are going to get out and produce 630,000 votes for Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? That we have so much control, first and foremost, over Black voters and over union voters, that we can guarantee this. Well, it turned out that only 547,000, maybe 100,000 less than they predicted, showed up. And so they took the defeat. They cursing at the Kamala Harris people, and it's a beautiful drama to watch because I don't like the Black misleadership class.
Okay.
You know, I know them, don't like them, and they don't like me. So, you know, they say, some saying they say in the street. Yeah, but anyway, I don't like them, they don't like me. So when they doing bad, I'm happy. And like they said, I'm gonna take my victory lap running back so they can see the smile on my face. No good bums. So they went down, and it is a crisis. Okay, now they got on the table. The first thing Mayor Sherelle Parker puts on the table, I'm gonna build a basketball stadium in Chinatown for the 76ers. Okay, yeah, let me say. So then I have a friend and we talk all the time, and he assured me, no, you know, they got the votes in city council to pass it and yada, yada, yada. So I'm saying, I don't know if they can do that because you got two Koreans on the sideline that could run for mayor. David O, you know, Republican, and a person that I personally like, but is not generally loved by people at the free school, Helen Ginn.
Okay.
I still, I mean, I find her very,
The wild card.
very nice woman. I'm sorry, Kathy. I know you have your own proclivity. But anyway, who, first of all, neither of them, Helen Ginn, when she ran for mayor, did not support the stadium. David O, who's running as a Republican, will go any way the wind blows. But here's the key. In a city where only 1 out of 7 voters are registered Republicans, this is a completely Democratic city, it is possible that either a Republican or a Democrat that is outside the mainstream of the Democratic machine could win. And all they have to do, Sherelle Parker, the Democratic machine, the building trades unions and all of that, make one big mistake. And I think the big mistake is the stadium. For all kinds of reasons, including we, the taxpayers, will pay for it. In a cut in services or just out and out pay for this. Now, the reason I bring it up is that can this leadership govern this city? Or do they have the moral authority and legitimacy which can only be bestowed upon them by the people? Do they have that authority? I would say no. So we are in crisis. Yeah, that's right. On a national level, but on a local level, where the Democratic Party could not deliver enough votes to swing Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, and are declining in whatever support and authority they have, first and foremost from Black Philadelphia. In the face of this, from within the Trump movement, and I don't know what all the wings and factions of the Trump movement are. Certainly, most of the Republican Party establishment are not part of the Trump movement. I think we should make this as clear as day.
No problem.
Most of the Republicans in the US Senate are not a part of the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is a more dynamic anti-establishment force. That having been said, I don't know what all the factions are. Of course, J.D. Vance and what's his name again, Jerry?
Warren Cass.
Orrin Cass and other thinkers are a part, the intellectual wing of the MAGA movement. But so is Steve Bannon, a flamethrower. an inciter of rebellion, as he defines himself. Steve Bannon, as you know, just got out of jail. He did about 4 months for something I still don't know what. You know, anybody could do some time now. Just get the right judge and the right prosecutor. You can get locked up and don't know what you locked up for, and do 4 or 5 months. That's not a heavy bit, by the way. You know. Yeah.
You ever been to jail?
Bread and water and cheese.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I did eat that. Yeah, cheese
Overnight at a long
sandwiches,
time.
yeah. But let's not get into the gory details of jail.
Scare everybody straight.
Yeah. But anyway, Steve Bannon in 2016, 2015 openly defined himself as a Leninist. In other words, that he sought to destroy the state. His aim, he said, was to bring the state down. Now, you know, he was Trump's campaign manager in 2016, so he's very close to Trump. And his idea is that the only answer to the crisis of the state is a revolution. Now, what he means by that, I don't know. But he wants to stir things up, to put it mildly. J.D. Vance, the current vice president to be, along with Elon Musk, believe that, South African, believes that we can restart and reindustrialize America through a combination of deregulation, paring the state down, cutting the federal budget, and making it possible for the United States to become a technological powerhouse that can compete with China. And, you know, it requires two things going on at the same time. One, slowing China's growth and advance down, which I don't know how they think they think tariffs are going to do that. I mean, this thing, tariffs to solve all of our problems. All I got to do is put tariffs on you, and that'll bring you down. Well, it's supposed to bring you down. In the meantime, so I mean, it's
drink that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, drink that Kool-Aid, or as Paul Benetti did, we drink that whiskey. And feel good about ourselves.
Oh.
Yeah, eat some popcorn. But, the solutions that they offer are harebrained, never tested, but still they believe that white civilization and white people have the answers. And here Baldwin is very instructive. The idea that whiteness and white civilization, if we get it right this time, you know, all we got to do is understand whiteness, that it's not queerness, that it's not, you know, all that nickel and dime espionage. If we get whiteness straight, white, you got my book. If we get whiteness straight, we can get history straight. Now, they don't say it that way, but they talk so much that you connect the dots and you figure out, hey, that's what you're saying. Okay, I hear you. That is not the solution. And even when they talk about the reindustrialization, the restabilization of American society, the end of extreme views of gender and sexuality and police and all of that, they never raise the question of democracy. Even, it seems to me, and this is I'm trying to figure out how they think this through. Even though they say they want to limit or not destroy the state, they never talk about its replacement. There's no theory of the state of the people, the state of the whole people, the civilization state, a state built upon a different democracy, a state that, and this is Baldwin, that frees people so they can become human and hence produce a state which is human, that to be ruled means to be in a social contract with the leaders of society, not to be the servants and paying their, their salaries and making them billionaires, but it is to go back to a more simple, more basic, more fundamental idea of the human. And if there is to be a democracy of the people, it must proceed from a different philosophy of the human, an ideological shift from where we are to where we must be. And that is why it is so instructive for everyone, and me in particular, to hear the narratives of you all's growing up. Because it's not the same way I grew up. The zeitgeist was different. There was revolutionary optimism. There is pessimism and nihilism today. And how you all have to navigate that. It blows my mind how you even survive it. Like they say, clothed in your right mind, or are you clothed in your right mind? Or were you, no, I won't get this. But it's an unbelievable ideological challenge. And in part, it explains how young people can so easily become hostile, how they so easily can shut their minds, how it is so easy for them not to want to think they know. Hey, I am all my life in the struggle. I mean, all my life. I don't have nothing to say to you. If I don't have nothing to say, who does? Or do you just talk to yourself? Which means if you just continue to talk to yourself, not only means isolation, it means inevitable mental breakdown. And that's why we do see among a lot of young people this problem of mental breakdown. And I don't know how accurate this is. You talk about the LGBTQ community, it is probably disproportionate in the LGBTQ community. Now, that don't mean that the non-LGBTQs is doing that good. You know what I'm saying? But people are seeking refuge from a storm. Yeah, and they're going every way but the right way often. So let me just end on this. People say, well, what is your solution? Like, if you critique something, you must have an answer to it. Well, I don't. And I would not presume to. The answer, well, first of all, unless one is committed to struggle, one will never find an answer. But after having made that kind of commitment to struggle, possibility for solutions arise. I would just say this. Almost in the way that Mao in October 1949 declared the People's Republic of China. The people of this country must declare a People's Republic, not a fake democracy. Power must in one or another way find its way to the hands of the people. We can see it possibly in a city like this, where the government cannot govern the people and the people will have to govern themselves. And so they will have to establish institutions of people's democracy. The institutions that already exist, for example, the churches, the community organizations, the fraternal organizations, to some degree, the universities, maybe, historically Black colleges and universities, can become social foundations for people's democracy or an alternative democracy to what exists that challenges the right of the city council that is all bought off and paid for, or the mayor who was bought from the get, to make decisions about the city without a referendum and consenting the people. All of this money for a basketball stadium that most Philadelphians will never can never afford to go to, and you didn't consult us? You know, that is, I mean, a fired up people would go and take over the mayor's office and kick her out. How dare you insult us this way? So that's what I'm saying. And from what I can observe in Chicago, it's the same thing. A matter of fact, they hate their mayor even more than we dislike this. We haven't gotten to the level of hate yet of Sherelle Parker, but we ain't that far from it. You know, she keep messing around, there's going to be a lot of hate coming her way. But in Chicago, in Detroit, and hence, in the name of democracy, the Black masses are through with the Black misleadership class. They proved it when they brought Barack Obama out here to point his finger at Black men and tell them who they should vote for. And they said, oh, really? You, billionaire, mansions all over the country, you going to tell a poor person what he or she should do? No, keep it moving, fool. And that's the way we feel. And so, I'll stop there. And just one thing on this crisis of legitimacy, crisis of disintegration, crisis. It's rooted in a type of sociology associated with the name Emile Durkheim, and the idea of anomie, that society is governed or is held together based upon a consensus of values. You know, we believe the same thing about Protestantism, about the work ethic, about marriage, about children, and so on. And those who don't are seen as anomic or outside of the mainstream. Today, the consensus has cracked. And those who are responsible for giving society its ideas, its theories, its practices are seen as illegitimate, and so on. That is when you look at the breakdown of a consensus, a breakdown of unity within a society. I think we're looking at that.
Thank you, sir. I think when everybody eventually take an excursion going through like Pennsylvania, that's my target for that. And all of the agriculture things that might happen, because that's the projection from Philadelphia. Like, the countryside is projection. Most of the time it's established in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is some kind of unusual hub, but that don't mean the rest of the state don't know what's going on. Oh, they got it down here under the bridge. There's people that come from upstate so much down here that they transport it up there to here. And they can transport the information right back faster than us at this table. You know, so everything ain't like everybody knows something. You know what I mean? It's some curious thing that got a hold of me. So when I have music studios, but it ain't just that, it's underground stuff. But when young people say something right, and it goes through everywhere, right? I said, oh my God, if they see Troy going through North Carolina, and people out there waiting to see them so they can say, hey, just go, you know, like that. I say somebody will be in trouble because they're not thinking about young people, you know, something that I wouldn't say today. and it's something that they anchoring to, and that's the attitude you got to preserve for this kind of revolution that you already gave voice to, and now y'all on the set because people are looking for the leaders that disturb Philadelphia, the influence that's inside Philadelphia didn't go the way they dealt it out because they didn't get the return to.
That's right.
And that means the witch hunters be like, oh, they had to go in all intricate neighborhoods in Philadelphia. People, you know, I might be on the bus around with people, but they don't know all those conversations. People trying to get on the bus with carts and stuff, going to get their food from different places. It's all kind of stuff. All avenue stores shut down. Germantown, Beehive, everywhere you go, that used to be stores that you could go to. Commercial closed down. Yeah. They think people are just gonna sit there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then the people that live upstate, it ain't because of drug trafficking, but it's because they used to live in a lot of the neighborhoods. You got that little bit of cash, and then they only rental because they were so long. People selling homes. They sold all your homes from West Oak Lane. They sold a lot of homes from Mount Airy. Most of those people went straight upstate. You know, like Allentown, Ready, little counties I used to go into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But those people, you know, they could still have some affection.
Oh, there's no question.
You don't have to be, ain't nobody true black, ain't no true white either. The truth is tell the truth. You know.
Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, I just have a few short comments because I feel like there's a lot. Maybe we don't have time to go into all of this, but I think I'm going to think a lot about this thing you said about if, you know, within, you know, the civilizational framework of the people, there's no theory of crisis or theorists of crisis, then there's no way to see the future. I just think that's very deep and it will take me a longer time to fully understand, but I think what you said about Cornel West, like, explained what that means to me, where you're almost saying that it's not enough to say, oh, there's evil in the world or there are evil ways of thinking, but more that Baldwinian idea of which you were also saying that evil and good or right and wrong exists in equal measures in every individual, and what society actually is or what the social consciousness is, there is agency involved in it, right? And you can descend into crisis when wrong epistemologies or frameworks are being applied to even study like the development of the people and so on and so forth. I don't know if that's sort of what you're saying. I just want to think about it a lot more, but I think one question I had is because you mentioned, how do you say Hegel?
Hegel.
Hegel, and you know, his idea of the consciousness of man reaching a level of perfection that sort of makes you like God.
Right.
And then when you say like people like Harari also talking about man as God and so on. So would you say that there is inherent in Hegel, you know, a theory of crisis, or is like, I think I'm just a little confused.
I don't think there's a theory of crisis in here. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Hegel has a theory of epoch.
Right. So would you say Harari being Hegelian, or Harari is Hegelian in his idea of man as God? But then what Baldwin brings
man as having reached the ultimate pinnacle consciousness, which means that he is like God, but there is no separation between human consciousness and absolute consciousness, which is God.
Well, just I wanted to just say one small thing about Tuba's first point, which was God damn it, I lost it. What did you say again?
Come on.
Right. Sorry, not having a theorist. So I think that, sorry about that. But I think that I was thinking that, you know, the thing that you mentioned that currently, like you grew up in different times where there was purpose and there was a revolutionary spirit, and I think that the kind of role that Baldwin and King filled and Du Bois of being theorists of crisis in that time sort of fulfilled that necessity. And I was thinking that today, when you don't have theorists of crisis in that way, it takes away from that, and that's why that purpose
a
is kind of,
theoretical poverty.
yeah,
And that's what postmodernism is. I think you say the famine, theoretical famine. It can't explain much, and it can't point to a way forward.
Yeah, when you don't have a theory of crisis, that void is filled with a lot of other garbage.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing. The kind of disillusionment of current people is because I think that there is a consciousness that says there should be a theory of crisis. Something should explain my life, but then you are given all of these alternate theories that don't explain your life, which is why and it also robs you of purpose, I feel.
I guess, yeah, the main thoughts I had in response also were,
Talk up just a little bit.
in a period of a crisis specifically defined by one, the crisis of legitimacy of the state, and of not just of its like explicit rule, but also its like narrative hegemony and the kind of the values that it imposes on society and all those things. And then going further, how you described like a crisis of social disintegration and political disintegration. I think I know that we've talked about this before, but it seems like part of the problem or the challenge is in a period in which large numbers of people, not even on the kind of fringes, but in the actual kind of general composition of society, no longer trust the ruling institutions and their laws, their narrative, like their values, all those things. It seems that there are either the possibility is that then the people, in the absence of that, either they turn on each other or they actually kind of reconstitute a new, like a new basis, a new foundation, which we would kind of translate into a political form of a new democracy. And I think that's part of, in some ways, like, I guess to use like the biblical reference to it, it does seem that the American people right now, it's almost like a period of being in the wilderness or of wandering. And the question is like, what can they find or what should they find? And part of it is almost the people are in a period of wilderness, and it's like they need, part of what they can find or must find is each other. And I don't know if that makes sense, but part of it's like, if, because part of the consequences, you could say like, from a sociological standpoint, like Durkheim, it's like you would view even crime as kind of a manifestation of almost a crisis of legitimacy, like the enemy, like that whole idea. In addition to like suicide and mental illness and all of those things. And I think one of the consequences almost of like the crisis of the state and the crisis of society is that basically people are pushed because there's no glue holding society together. It's like people are pushed basically into like antisocial directions. And so that's why I guess I'm saying it's like this period of wandering or this period of being in the wilderness is like part of it is that people need to find each other again. And I guess I also say that, like, to give an anecdote from the Lucien Blackwell reading group, which Kathy and I talked about this afterwards, but there's this older woman and her daughter, Marva and Treva, who came to the reading group for the first time this week. And Marva is like 80-something years old. She didn't talk during the reading group itself, but it turns out she was actually the one who brought her and her daughter to the reading group, because she comes to the library, she looks at all the flyers, and so she saw, like, obviously the library is, like we said, doing a great job of promoting the Baldwin reading group, which is really nice. So Marva was the one who brought her daughter Triva to the reading group. And the thing is that Marva, the mother, she didn't really say anything during the discussion itself. Actually, Triva was very vocal and contributed a lot to the discussion, which was great. But both before and after, but especially afterwards, Marva would like pull like me and Kathy aside individually and be like, she'd be like whispering like, the society, the system is so corrupt. The government is so corrupt and people just need to take a stand. Like she kept saying that over and over again. People need to stand up. People need to stand up. People need to stand up because the system is so corrupt. And the thing is that I don't know how representative Marva is of the general population, but I actually think that to me in like a concrete way is what we mean when there's a crisis of legitimacy. But part of the question is about it. When we talk about alternative institutions, it's like there needs to be some outlet for all of these people who feel that way to sorry, I'm not crying, I just have something in my throat. For all these people basically in society who feel this way, so yeah, again, like how do you find each other and what form does that take? And I do think that the Baldwin reading groups are in many ways are kind of attempt to make a contribution towards the creation of whether it's like a new space or new institutions, but just on the general notion of there's all these people in America, especially in the Black community, but also as we've seen, it's more generally spread across society who essentially see the government, see not just the government, but also ruling elite and all of their institutions as corrupt, as illegitimate. The question is like, okay, can the people then find each other again and say, okay, this is what we think society should be governed by? And it's like, I guess it's like, you can see it as almost like a very simple or straightforward thing, but obviously it's not straightforward because there's all these things standing in the way. Absolutely. So yeah, I was just thinking about that of like, even, yeah, like Marva being a very specific example, and you never know it because she like didn't say anything during the discussion. But afterwards, she was like the most radical revolutionary person, and she's like, you know, people just have to stand up, and I was trying to say like, yeah, like this Baldwin reading group is our attempt to be like, okay, like people coming together and actually taking a stand for what matters. But I think people are looking for that, and so we're trying to, in some ways, address what people are already looking for, but may not have any natural outlet or expression.
Yeah, I like the way you talked about man wandering because I think the first part of the discussion plus like your presentation doc, like the thing that honestly stood out to me the most is you defining that most people like the theorists of modernity are like Marx and other radical thinkers, like Lenin even, but actually it's Du Bois and Baldwin, and then Baldwin today, who are theorists of crises. Because like in the past, we've said that Baldwin is a theorist of crisis, of like this specific crisis. And I think in some ways, like your presentation actually gets at why he's a theorist of this crisis in particular, because it's both of an indictment of the system, like the white supremacist social system, and it's an indictment of what the system has made individual man become and unable to solve. Because like what the individual in this system faces is based upon a malassumption of what man is. And there's deep when you were connecting that, like the Israeli theorist guy, and then Ross Douthat, and even to a large extent, what the thinkers in Trump's camp are pushing for is they have no view or resolution for crisis, because a lot of them are basically saying, even if they have a sense of crisis, their solutions are based in a theory produced by a system that no longer can exist anymore, which is, they're saying the solutions are coming from a white supremacist social system, and all the thinking and imagination, or like limited imagination that comes from that. Like the belief that actually the solution is we have to all become white at this point, like all countries, like all different nations. Like the problem is not that we have to stop competing with China and work with them. The solution is we need to make China more white, like make them bow down. Like that's the viewpoint. Versus Baldwin was like, actually we all have to become Black. Like the American people can become a people if we all become Black. And like the thing about King, and actually when I was earlier when we were talking about like queer theory and that these ideologies, I think a lot of it, like the frame of the phrase existential, I think is accurate, because I think we've reached a point where young people always search for meaning. Like young people will always forever search for meaning. Like Kathy said this really nice thing where she was like, the thing is children for like for the foreseeable future will ask the same questions, even if the questions are not even using the term queer or trans. Because for generations from now, it'll be something else, which is like, I'm going to be asking the same questions of what does it mean that I don't fit this white standard of manhood? I don't fit this white standard of like womanhood. And does that mean, in fact, that I need to find an ideology? Like, do I need to search for a certain meaning of it? Or in fact, could it be that the standards are corrupt from the beginning? And this thing about King, like that within the Du Bois or Baldwin theory of crisis in the future, like King, there's something really important about King pointing out that moral question of like not just that the state's in crisis, but that the solution for a new state is based upon like also intertwined with the moral question of, well, what do we think man ought to be? And like, what shall man become? Like, what does man deserve to become for himself or herself? And that's also why King's speech, The Three Dimensions of a Complete Life, is really deep, because he basically says like, a young person can't even embark on the most revolutionary quest for meaning, for God, for love, for the eternal, if they also are not given the tools to embark and fulfill the quests for love for self and then love for your immediate community. And that's kind of like, and that's also what I think we were trying to get at in the beginning of the conversation, because the scary thing is that I think people in our generation encounter different ideologies, whether it's identity politics or like queerness, even if you like are not even like homosexual or bisexual, where you are basically looking for a philosophy that a philosophy for life. And the scary thing is that it creates a philosophy that makes you not want to go forth and meet humanity, but it makes you like just alienate yourself and even to a certain extent as a form of protection, like to guard yourself from disappointment or guard yourself from your own fears of being inadequate in the existing system. And so that's why I liked what the theory of crisis, because it also comes back to the question of why don't people take Baldwin seriously as a theorist of crisis, like basically as a universal theory of revolutionary, like as a theorist of the revolutionary future. And a lot of it is because people are more willing to go back to Marx, even though, and Marx has made a contribution, but people will go all the way back to Marx, all the way back to Europe, but don't want to look at Baldwin, who's such a modern theorist, to help answer the questions of like crisis and stuff.
That word redemption, the meaning, to look in the meaning of redemption, and it is always a crisis before it can go, and some organic thing that it does, but to confront that inside the crisis and the act of redemption or redeem, it's hard to like see how you're gonna deal with your own consciousness as a part of to remedy to the crisis. Is the redemption sometimes that you don't feel favorable about, should I do this to do right, or should I do this, it's gonna be wrong, or it's gonna be some right that you need to right the wrongs. They don't mean have wrongs again, but that thing of the redemption, of course, while we're not going to say should wrote redemption, and he choose his words because he's a literary artist. But I'm saying that I can hear him saying, this is an act of salvation, and it's a real act of redemption. A person might not want to be called in religious, metaphorical language, but to me, when I'm hearing it, right, and my acceptance, don't be having grievances. Find yourself finding the acceptance of the redemption, and don't cheapen the word. Just inspire the word redemption and redeem, so that you can have some of that to have some of that quality. Usually, just one more step. Usually, if I was in communion and I need to go to communion periodically, I'm in communion a lot. But that redemption, it comes in because you bring your actions in line with things. It's a society, the greater good, like in Plato's greater good. But don't sit back and withhold what you went to school for already. You know what I mean? You've been in school. And then this is part of me, like the redemption is like be in school. So like improve what it is that we're reciting, because y'all reciting Baldwin. Nobody wants to recite. Y'all recite. That's what it is. It's not like you're telling me something. You're reciting something. It's bringing it in by heart. And other people, but the redemption there.
Taking the bread off the table.
Yeah, fearful that, oh shit, she said that. And
the thing that's so inspiring for me is the ways that they have applied Baldwin to their own lives. This is an act of creative intellectual work, where you could take a great thinker and say, it is valid, and I want to demonstrate through my own life. And that's what you all do. And it's an amazing, as they say, witness.
If I was in another society and somebody said, sick man of Asian, he turned around and said, sick man, he's Asian. Sick man, well now the people is whispering, sick man of America, because we apply that crisis to other people, and then we
What it really applies
in the mirror.
We just want to beat them. We don't care about their moral courage to come back. We just want to beat them. We can beat them, that's all they want to know. They don't have no
conditioning response. A conditioning response.
They carry the big stick. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
They don't care about my stick, but they carry a big stick. That's what they talk to.
But I would suggest, if I may, what we need to note is that being directed in a certain direction is what you said. We're taught to look in a direction, and our attention is directed. But meanwhile, we do not see the global context, which is what you're suggesting. The global context is different from the local context. So if we're taught to look at what's coming from ABC, NBC, CBS, we don't see what's coming from Reuters. Okay, so most people, I look at Reuters. When I need to know the truth, I go to Reuters. Because Reuters is a global news outlet.
You need to look elsewhere.
Well, Reuters, I get more of a global outlet than I do with the outlets that we're fed from. So and I'm not validating or invalidating. I'm just saying, I don't look at any one source to say that, because somebody might be lying.
I think it might be time for us to go.
There you go.
Okay, yeah.
We've been throwing down since 10:30.
And thanks to all our commenters.